checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. I see show poodles tonight in the house. Cowgirl, Juicy Jules. We have Star, Pepper, NHGG, Calgal. Oh, I think I said you Calgal. Sorry, twice. We have Donna, Norma. We have Machete, Ann Reynolds, Lori. And it's good to see Mima, Trooper's Mom, Gam Gam to 3, and Women's Warrior. I'm so glad you all are here tonight. And I think we have a good show planned for tonight. It is kind of a sad episode. Hey Irony Rose, good to see you. We will be going over Brooks's podcast, which she has, Crime Lines and Lies. She has a really great podcast. We'll definitely drop the link down there. And snacks, Machete. And tonight's going to be just a little bit kind of sad just with what we're going to hear. I know that a lot of people have already heard this. I have. I wasn't sure who the neighbor was, but it is the neighbor talking about how Sebastian was treated or how they understood him to be treated around the neighborhood. And it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Hey, Texas Rose, good to see you. Hello from Texas. Nice to see you. And so it is going to be kind of rough, but I think that I've kind of been going between, you know, is Katie also diabolical or is she a battered wife? Both can be true in my opinion. However, I think it's important to understand how the Foot Clan was treating Sebastian because it was absolutely wrong. We're going to hear about name calling, power washers. I do have a few words that are not allowed in the chat. So some of them will be said tonight in the video that we're going to watch the clips. But nevertheless, we do need to kind of examine every aspect, even though we're not sure who the neighbor is. A lot of what they said rings true to what we've seen in the interviews. And so I apologize for any of the language in advance, but it is raw and it is something that supposedly allegedly happened. All of it hearsay, just kind of a brief disclaimer. But let's go ahead and just get into the first clip.
We are expecting a special guest, so please hang tight. And sometimes we know that people get busy. Sometimes people are like, yeah, I don't want to get involved. Either way, no harm, no foul. Let's go through some of our conversation we had with, well, a couple of the neighbors yesterday. What struck you as the most disturbing? One neighbor we talked to has lived there for 13 years. He said the Proud Feets have been there for 2 years, and doesn't seem to have any love loss for no-ass Chris Proudfoot. So what really bothered you about what we were told?
Well, the first thing was the way that Sebastian was treated, that was seen outside the house, some things that we were told, like being sprayed with the pressure washer till he had a meltdown. I thought that was awful.
And let's elaborate on that.
Okay.
Because I mean, not everybody was on the phone call.
Yes.
Chris Proudfeet was outside and he had a pressure washer and he was spraying down the fifth wheel. Sebastian came outside, I guess, wanting to do outside things. And he started screaming at him, cussing him out, and he hosed him down with the pressure washer. Now, I don't know about you guys, but those things hurt. We use them to clean off the house. We have to turn it down to low just to wash a car because they'll take the paint off of a car. All right, go ahead, Chloe. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say. So that scenario right there really, really bugged me. The fact that a couple of the questions that I asked, I don't know, because you asked so many questions, but like the fact was Chris Proudfoot really gone that whole month? Like he says he was. And he said, and we were told no.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a big question for me too, because that's something I've never really believed or knew if I believed. He only spoke about Sebastian as Katie's son. He never called him his son to anyone else or even his stepson.
Mm-hmm.
And we've heard how he speaks about him as he's my son, like those sort of things. Just kind of debunking a lot of confirming a lot of the behavior and actions we've seen by Chris Proudfoot, and then debunking some of the things that we've all known were lies. Don't you think?
Well, because, oh no, you're exactly right. Because he's only trying to convince people now because Sebastian is missing. And there's a lot to go through. Now, we've had 3 different neighbors. We had a long conversation with one yesterday that said, no, normally he would cut out of work early on Thursday and then leave out either Sunday night or early Monday morning. And the pressure washer thing happened in February. My question is, and don't get me wrong, some people say, well, February is too cold. You have a lot of nice temperatures in February. It's like a baby spring. Anyway, why that one weekend was Mr. Proudfeet away?
Right. And why lie about it and say that you've been away for a month, which has made us all suspicious of that in the first place?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why was Seth alienated for a month?
Exactly.
Okay. It was said by one of the neighbors that Chris Proudfoot, when asked about Sebastian, of course, we know that he would kind of pick on him. I'll put it that way. He said at school, they call him Mr. Piss Pants. That's the reason Sebastian wore a pull-up. When one neighbor was asking about Sebastian, he said, that's Katie's retard.
Oh.
Now, that really, really upset me.
Yeah, me too. I mean, how disrespectful and disgusting to speak like that. It breaks my heart.
And I don't believe for a minute that the neighbors are making it up. And it's 10 times worse than we even thought.
Okay, guys. So I did hear a little bit. See, this is why I haven't played it, Mom of Three Boys. So I appreciate you kind of letting everybody know that all of this is alleged in the opinion of the podcaster, because I did hear that, and that's why I've never played it on my channel before. However, a lot of this stuff kind of translates over to exactly what Chris was saying. For example, when he said that Sebastian likes to have accidents in his pants. I can see some of this ringing true. Now, where I was confused is that there was allegedly 3 different neighbors, and the conversation was with a couple different neighbors, one of which lived in the neighborhood for like 13 years, apparently. And the Proud Feet lived there for about 2 years, which that sounds accurate. I don't know about this guy that's on the phone call. He definitely sounds like he is enjoying kind of talking about what's going on in the neighborhood. But, you know, when somebody's retired and they don't really have a whole lot going on during the day, that can be something that is exciting to kind of watch over the neighborhood and feel like he's doing his part. So, I can see how that would happen, or, you know, kind of like a Gladys Kravitz kind of thing. You know, I could be that way myself. Wanted to say really quick to everyone, hello. And I do agree with what you're saying, Mom of Three. It's not okay to make things up and, you know, just put it out there for content. Obviously, I don't condone that. But a lot of this stuff is ringing really true. So I'm confused as to if someone was talked to, or if someone just I'm not sure how it all went down, but I think it's kind of something to listen to and consider, especially because, like, Mr. Piss Pants is something that sounds like something Chris would say, you know, allegedly, in my opinion, of course. And just the way that he acts, I could see the neighbors overhearing some of these conversations. Now, Sebastian's treatment outside of the house, they're saying that he was sprayed until he had a meltdown. Absolutely disgusting if that occurred. And then I wanted to say hi to Little Miss Sharon, Brown Eyed Girls with a Z. We have Brandy of Indy, Detroit Rock City. And also, I thought something else was curious that I also heard from a different source. That Chris would leave out on Thursday night, and then he would leave back for his job when the weekend was over, either Sunday night or early Monday morning, to make it there in time for him to operate the crane. And so I did hear that also from other sources. So that's why this, hey, Rockin' Rhonda, that's why I think that this could be somewhat believable. Maybe not everything. Obviously, it's hearsay. So it's not from a direct source. It's not like even some of the stories that he tells would be from the point of view of maybe the left-hand side neighbor or the right side neighbor. So some of it is, you know, unbelievable, but then some of it is believable. So I just thought it would be interesting to listen to it and at least consider what's being said, because and you guys can let me know if you've heard it too. I have heard that he was home very often on the weekends, that he would, you know, come home for the weekend and then Sunday night leave, or early Monday morning, which sounds like a regular thing, like a dad would do, or a stepdad, or a family man, if you will. Little Miss Sharon says, did Seth have Sebastian the weekend before he went missing? There was an interview with Nick Barris, I believe. Either that or one of the news outlets had a phone interview with him. And I wonder if I could look back and find it really quick for tonight. But he did say something to the Seth, excuse me, did say something to the effect that they had changed weekends recently. I don't remember exactly what was said in terms of them switching off, but I do remember that, Little Miss Sharon, something about them switching weekends for whatever purpose. I don't even think he gave like a reason, which, I mean, we don't need to know it, but it is curious because of all of the events that have unfolded, and then Sebastian being missing. So, and just give me a second here. Yeah, the one about the power washer. We'll listen to it, guys. It's a gentleman apparently that lived in the neighborhood for 13 years is what they're saying. Um, and like I said, I haven't played it just because, hey, Lady for Justice, just because I wasn't sure of it. But at this juncture, I don't think it could hurt anything. Besides, if it's completely false. But I didn't hear anything about that part of it. I've heard people debunking certain things, like no, he wasn't. But I think that it definitely sounds like something he would do, and the things he would say about Sebastian. So I'm just gonna play it through. It's something I've never played before, and it's just something that I think is worth listening to, even though it's awful. And we won't repeat any of the words and stuff that's said in there. Hey, Butter Biscuit. And Shopoodle says, I used to think old people were nosy, but now I am retired, and it's not that we are nosy, we just have a lot of time and notice things. Yeah, and I'm grateful for that, Shopoodles, because that's how my neighborhood is a lot of snowbirds, and then a lot of people who are just basically retired, and they just kind of like to have fun all day long and piddle around the neighborhood and watch. And I think that's a good thing because it keeps things safe, especially when people are looking after each other's homes and each other, really. So I know it's like it's kind of nosy, but then again, because I'm like that too, if I hear like a strange noise or whatever, I'll be like, what was that, and kind of look. And we had an older lady, like she was in her 90s, that lived right across the street, and people would always be checking on her and things like that. And so when I was out late, sitting out on the porch or something like that, I would listen to make sure she wasn't calling for help or something like that, because it's nice. It's nice to have that. I think it just shows that people really care, too. So, and Little Miss Sharon says, regardless, Chris had to been seen at work Monday morning to cover his tracks, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the thing about Chris, is we don't know about his alibi, right? He doesn't have any receipts to say exactly what time he was there, when he was up in the crane. We did hear from Silvers on the scene, and he said that he had spoke with some of Chris's coworkers. I don't remember exactly who he spoke with, but he did say he spoke with people and basically said that Chris wasn't where he wasn't in the crane, operating the crane with one earbud and talking with Katie, and the other earbud and talking with the other crane people. I don't know how to say it. I don't know anything about that. But the people that he is supposed to be directing, because apparently that's kind of how it works, is he's telling people what to do and they're telling him what to do, and they kind of communicate back and forth, from the best of my understanding. Maybe we have some crane people in here tonight that can help us out. But either way, I don't believe that it actually went down the way that he said it did. It's hard to believe. And then I'm not 100% sure what time he left. He does say he was driving back through Nashville around like 1:30. He just recently said that on Elevated Truth podcast. And so it's questionable. And that's why it's hard, because I do want to listen to this and present it to you all, just because some of the things seem like they make a lot of sense. Other things I could see, maybe he was just excited to be talking with somebody, but if he wasn't really a neighbor, then, or was it a situation where they did get information from the neighbors, but they had someone else call in pretending to be a neighbor? I don't know. And then saying what the neighbors said. that's what's a little bit questionable to me too about like the validity of this. And so, sorry guys, I had to get a drink. So, you know, it's all speculation. Hey, October 50. And Butter Biscuit says Katie and Chris seem to be glued to the hip now for a couple who spent February apart. Strange. You know, I didn't know if they were apart or if they weren't. That was another thing that I was kind of a little bit hesitant to speak on, just because I didn't know. And then also, we kind of talked about it too in toxic relationships. It's like a vicious cycle, you know. It's like you're you know, one minute you're not together, the next minute you are together. It's very confusing, and it gets to be almost just the vicious cycle, you know, over and over and over again. You'll have the honeymoon phase where everything is cool again, and then all of a sudden it's a build up to, you know, like the calm before the storm, basically. And then there's fighting and arguing, and, you know, I don't want to be with you anymore, and da 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 da. It's insane, but you know, I'm not surprised that they're back together. I'm not surprised. And Brandy and Indy, good to see you. And she says that was a rumor. They didn't switch weekends per Seth, in my opinion. Yeah, he said something about it, Brandy and Indy. Hold on a second, guys. Let me pull it up. I'll put another clip on, but we'll look at it, because I do remember him saying something like that. And it was like right in the beginning. In March. It was one of his first interviews that he said it, and he might have been mistaken. Maybe he was talking about the weekend prior to that, like as in if he had Sebastian every other weekend, then perhaps he switched one of those weekends in the past, and maybe he was just upset, you know what I mean, and misspeaking, because obviously, like, your head's not in the right space. I've tried to understand Chris and Katie in most of those situations as well, thinking that maybe some of the things that were said or done were because of grief, or because they were, you know, not knowing how to act. Obviously, there are resources out there for people who have had kids, you know, missing, but it doesn't mean that it's a perfect plan for everyone, or it's going to work for everyone, even if they do decide to, you know, take that advice, or take that route. Because I know that there was another creator that had put out information, like a handbook, like a literal handbook for grieving parents or parents of the missing, and what they should be doing. However, like I said, it's a blueprint. It's not always going to work for everybody, in my opinion. But let me see if I can't search this out. If I don't have it on my backup phone, I do have it in the phone that I use to stream with. So I'll definitely get it for us tomorrow, or I can just post it in a quick video too tonight, after we get off the live. But that's a good question, and I've been trying to think, and I'm glad you reminded me, because I forgot to look at that, because he did say something about it, and I just don't want to misquote him at all, because I don't want him to get any type of negative feedback. And Brown Eyed Girl says, did you guys see that they found skeletal remains in Tennessee? Yes, I did. And I have that pulled up over here for you guys. Give me just one moment. Thank you for reminding me. So Nick Barris put this out. It was this morning, well, probably closer to the afternoon time. And of course I saw it on Bob G, whatever sparks my interest. So that is credit to him. I saw that his first, and then I was watching Smiley. She did a really quick video on it, but it says skeleton investigation. Cumberland County Sheriff's deputies were called to the entrance of the Mount Roosevelt Wildlife Management Area after receiving a report of skeletal remains discovered in the vicinity. These remains were collected for further analysis, and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is working to identify the remains and determine the circumstances surrounding this discovery. This will seek DNA and match up, or they will rather seek DNA and match up against missing persons and examine by the ME. More to come. So a medical examiner is going to examine the findings and see where to go from there. There are a lot of homeless around the area too. And then sometimes they will go out into the woods and, try to survive out there. So whoever it is, their family is in my prayers. I really hope that they're able to find who these remains belong to. And I'm just praying that they're not Sebastian. At this point, I don't know what else we can really do about it besides pray and hope that, it's not any of the little kids that we've been missing, like Summer or Layla Santinello or any of those people. Because I think of them when I think of Tennessee, I think of all of those missing children from that area, and hoping it's not them. Hoping it's you don't want it to be anybody, but it's a part of life. And Pepper says Seth was to have him the next weekend. Yeah, Pepper, it was something. It was like either, they switched weekends the weekend before that, but I don't think it was for that exact weekend. As a matter of fact, I'm almost positive that it wasn't for that exact weekend. It was something where it was like the weekend before. But he was on a phone interview on this one. But I probably can pull it up for us here and just listen to it. And then Little Miss Sharon says, show poodle, so that means Seth had Sebastian the week before. I think it would have meant that he didn't have him for the 2 weeks. But then I think he might have changed it up. I will look into it though, and we can just listen to what he said. Yeah, Detroit Rock City, it's so sad because, it really could be like one of the missing that we know about, or it could be, someone who was homeless and battling the elements right now. It's just so cold. And so it's just, people can't be out in these, conditions. So it's a sad situation. In the shape of a heart, good to see you. Oh, well, happy late birthday. I I was trying to make a birthday song, guys. I can't sing. You don't want me to. I tried to do something. I'm still working on it, and for anniversaries, because I think it's amazing when people can stay together, for even longer than 5 years married. I think it's fantastic. So, and it's just nice, especially like if you do make it to your 1 year anniversaries. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm terrible with weddings and marriages and all that, but it's really sweet, and I'm glad for people when that happens. And Bab says, nothing wrong with a nosy neighbor with boundaries. They keep you safe. Yeah, exactly. Like, as long as they're not like peeping in your window, right? But like if you hear a noise out in the neighborhood or something like that, or, say somebody's little dog gets out or whatever, it's definitely a good thing, I think, too. And like, especially when people have neighborhood watches and they all get together, that's the nicest thing, I think. And Pepper says, in the shape of a heart, Seth had Sebastian 2 weeks prior and was supposed to get him that coming weekend. Okay, that's what I was thinking, Pepper. Thank you. It was like just a little, and it was really nothing that I found to be out of the ordinary. If you're just like in that co-parenting rhythm, if you will, you're going to, there's going to be weekends where, it's Aunt Susan's birthday or something, and we all got to go over there for it. And the kids are, wanting to see their cousins or whatever whatever the family members that are there, maybe an elderly grandma or something like that, and they're going to be there. So it's not unusual, but I know that it was kind of a little bit confusing. I remember there being some speculation on it anyway. Hey, Carla, good to see you. And Carla says, I'm not really nosy, but I do stand looking out my windows with three parrots on me so they can look outside when it's cold and they can't go out to play. Yeah, and that's something too. Some people just like to have like all their windows open and stuff like that. My PTSD is a little bit weird like that, so I kind of like to keep everything shut up, which is not good. But I've gotten better with it. But yeah, I know what you're saying, especially if you like to sit by the window. You're gonna see things no matter what, really. And also, the dogs love to look out the window. So, say your dog starts going bonkers, and then you're like, "What are you doing over there?" And then you check out what's going on. And so, I think it's always a good thing to stay vigilant, especially because we never know what's going on in the neighborhood. And let's see. Thank you, Lori, for the green hearts. They're both very good multitaskers. Katie studies while talking on the phone and sleeping. Machete, you're hilarious. Yeah, yeah, I don't know how that all worked. And that's the hardest thing for me, because it's like, um, we know that there's so many big discrepancies in their stories, and then when we hear things like, even if even if it was um, a neighbor or what, it's just still kind of believable to me because of the fact of what all they've said in the past. Um, they're fantastic multitaskers. And Show Poodle says, I assume he just had that. He just said that it was mom's weekend and that he was not asked. Yeah, see, I heard that also after the fact too, Show Poodles. I did. I did hear that. And see, that's where it got confusing. And so I wonder if he just kind of mixed up a different time or something like that, which is possible. I mean, I don't even know if I would be able to talk. I think I'd have to have somebody speaking for me or something. Like, I might not even be in a position to say anything. I don't know. I don't know. And Carla says, if I don't notice something, the parrots do. That's cool. And believe me, they make sure I see it as well. Oh, that's so cool. I love parrots. Like, I would love to have a bird. I would love to. And Bab says, no, no one operates a crane with 3 phones, 2 different earbuds, lifting and hauling concrete for a build site. Come on, guys, in my opinion. Babs. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's hard to believe. Like, that part always was weird, right? And then I remember a lot of people coming out like that actually do know about cranes, right? Because I have no idea what they do. I really only learned kind of a little bit because of Chris Proudfoot, kind of, because I thought it was weird that when he was talking about how he was telling Cluminati that when he goes to a construction, or when he's on a construction site, he gets bored. When he's operating a crane, he gets bored. And like, I mean, my dad was a carpenter, so he didn't operate a crane, but he was never bored at work ever. Like, I never heard him come home and be like, that was a boring day. He always like worked really super hard. And so I just don't I just don't know. Like, I never believed any of that. But then again, Chris kind of wants us to believe that he's like the smartest man in the room, that he never does anything wrong, that he's just like super duper intelligent, when really he's not that intelligent, in my opinion. I think he just likes to portray himself in that light. Oh, I can do all this stuff and it's boring to me. I'm the best crane operator. It's like muscle memory to me, stuff like that. Those are all traits of a narcissist. They have those delusions of grandeur. They think that they're God's gift, you know? So there's that. But I think that is kind of what comes along with Chris and his, you know, pursuit to make us believe that operating cranes is boring or that he just is so great or whatever. And Little Miss Sharon says, Silver said, Chris had a 4-day weekend, no work Thursday, Friday, yep, Saturday or Sunday. And see, in that case, if we're to believe what is being said out here on the podcast, wouldn't he leave out on like Wednesday night then, I would think, to make it home like as soon as possible? See, this is what I was thinking to begin with, like for a regular family man, right? Because if you don't have, if they don't have a family, then they're probably just going to live over in the RV, right? Because I know a lot of the construction guys do that. I understand that part of it, because they may travel for work or whatever. So they just, you know, get in their fifth wheel, haul that around, and just live out of it. However, when you have a family, even if it's just like you're a step parent, right? You're still a part of a family unit where you should make it home to see the family. I mean, right? It's just normal. It's abnormal if you don't. It's like, well, what's going on in the family that you don't want to be home, kind of a thing. And so that's kind of where my mind goes. And that doesn't always mean that. Maybe they're scraping for money and he can't afford to come home every weekend. There's situations like that, right? Or in this case, it's a toxic environment and maybe he doesn't come home every weekend, and that was kind of the impression that was given, even when he was asked directly by other creators. So you know, we have to kind of take it with a grain of salt. You know. Hey, Slim Hauser, good to see you. She says, I mean, no disrespect. Chloe Jade was so humiliated over being deceived with a fake neighbor interview. She left YouTube. Oh, okay. I have no idea about that at all. I have to be honest, I didn't really follow a whole lot of creators, like especially on like live streams and chats and things like that. I mostly would follow like true crimers that would put out like a video type content. Like for example, well, I mean, I did get into listening to the jail calls and stuff like that. I can't lie there. But Chloe Jade, I wasn't familiar with her, and that's the person that's on the panel, right? On Brooks's panel. But that's, you know, so that's where I guess I get confused because it's a phone call that they had. It's a pre-recorded call that they play on a live, and were they both on the phone call with this neighbor the night before? Because I was under the impression that only Brooks talked to him and then the other person was kind of on panel to discuss, but maybe I have that wrong. Lady for Justice says, if they didn't switch weekends, I stand corrected. However, that means Seth should have had him the weekend he went missing. Well, I think it was one of the things where maybe he gave up a weekend and it wasn't supposed to be like reciprocated until later. Meaning like, say I say, you know, it's Aunt Susan's birthday this weekend. Can I have Sebastian? Right. And I'm asking if he can, you know, and we don't necessarily switch weekends. It's just like, you know, next time you need an extra weekend, let me know, kind of a thing, which is possible. And that's what I'm thinking maybe. But we can try to get to the bottom of that. I mean, it's something, like I said, that I do remember it was brought up. I just don't remember if it was something that maybe was said and then, you know, later on he's like, oh wait, no, that's not right or something, and changed it over, which, you know, it happens. So, and Detroit Rock City says, I have a bay window in my kitchen and my house is higher up than the other houses. I see everything. I love that little eyes. That's awesome. I love bay windows. Those are like the best. That's the best spot to read a book. And Carla says, when I used to work construction crane operator, could not have their cell phone or anything that could distract them from their job. It's just a dangerous job. Yeah, Carla, I heard the same exact thing. A lot of people who are familiar or are crane operators themselves were coming forward and saying things like that, like, you're not supposed to do that, or, you can get in big trouble for like talking to other people while you're operating that heavy machinery, if you will. But I do know that there was always like noises in the background, like those beep, 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 like the ones that when you're backing up like a big truck or something like that. Um, so, in the background when he was on with Smiley, in the background when he was talking with Cluminante and Cletus. Um, so, yeah, I mean, I could hear that. I don't know where exactly he was, if he was doing that. I don't know if he was doing that to antagonize all of us as well, because Chris likes to do that. Narcissists love to antagonize, other people. They adore themselves when they can antagonize someone else. So I'm wondering if that's part of it too. The star. Ooh, that's cool, Lori. African Gray. I like watching the parrot videos on YouTube. That's one thing I watch when I'm just like trying to do something mind numbing. There's one, I'm trying to think of the lady that has him, but he'll be like, "Thank you, baby." He always says that, "Thank you, baby." And it's really cute. And Butter Biscuit says he had switched to weekend for work. I thought he said, can't remember. Yeah, it was something like that. It was something like, not, I was just using like a aunt's birthday party for, but it's something when you go and, when you're divorced and you co-parent, just that those things do come up, and that happens. So, hey, Queen Cece, good to see you, hon. Good to see you. Hey, Lizzie, how are you, honey? Mama May or Wild Wolf, good to see you. Hey, I know you as Wild Wolf, but good to see you, Wild Wolf. And Borna Honey, I was wondering if there was an update on the remains. I don't think so, Borna Honey. I don't think so. I want them to tell us maybe like age, gender, things like that. I'm hoping that that's something that they'll share soon. And let me go ahead and play this next clip. Hey, Holly S., good to see you. Nice to see you, honey. And I'll say hi to whoever else is in here before we do. It's so good to see all of you, and welcome in everybody in the bushes. Hey, Limelight Girl, happy birthday again. I was gonna do you a happy birthday song, but I tried to sing it and I was like, there's no way. You don't want me to sing unless I get the sing tricks. I have a sing tricks that it's like one of those voice changer things. Hey, Unnamed True Crime Channel, good to see you. Good to see you. Ann Reynolds says, I don't believe it's Sebastian's bones, but I remember 4 or 5 months ago that someone said that CP was there that Sunday night and left out 10 p.m. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing. I was hearing things like that too, like he was home that weekend. And that was typical of him to like actually go either Sunday night or Monday morning, which that's what I would do if I worked out of town and I had family. I would leave like in the morning on Monday, and then just drive into work that way. That way I would be home longer. It just makes sense. Hope Floats, good to see you. Good to see you, hon. You look good in blue. I finally got you. Hey, Lisa, good to see you. I'm glad you're here. We've only played one clip, so you're good. You're good. And we're not sure about this one, but we're gonna play it anyway. We're gonna explore it just in case. Mama Cedar Street, good to see you. And like I said, we're probably not gonna get every single thing right this um in this case, because it's just so much has gone wacky and so much misinformation from the beginning. So there's that, and it's confusing as heck. To me, it's hard to put out information. Um, Meow too. The video that I was gonna do has like it has birds and it does have cat in it, and a dog, because I love animals. But I don't want to play it for you guys because I don't know. I don't think I need any more hate at the moment. And if I do if I do play it, the hate might be warranted. Baba Rose, good to see you. Good to see you. You guys got me cracking up already. Hey Jude, nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Howdy, 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 doody. All right, let's go ahead and play this next clip, and let me see if I can't find that other one for us. It's got to be somewhere around, I'm sure. All right, here we go.
Sebastian likes to eat things like sushi, tofu, things like that. And so one time, now mind you, Chris Proudfoot was never invited. Well, he was once, okay?
Yes.
To a neighborhood picnic. Let's talk about that, Chloe.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We should definitely explain that. So Chris Proudfoot was disliked by the neighbors so much to the point where when they had neighborhood cookouts and stuff, they did not invite him. He was only invited one time. And he was aggressive and not nice to anybody, so nobody wanted him around. And then, yeah, you tell him what he said about Sebastian. That's horrible.
He even said to one of the neighbors when Child Protective Services was, coming around, he said to Katie, where people could hear it, he goes or I go.
Mm-hmm.
Their last visit, he said, this marriage is not going to work out. Well, go figure. He hasn't had a marriage work out yet.
Yeah, right.
And they've roughly been there about 2 years. Because one of the neighbors we talked to yesterday said, we've been here for 13 years. He's like, I'm like 45 seconds, from the house. He's like, I walk by there all the time.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm hoping that they just sell the house and move. Because he's like, they've been here about 2 years. And his biggest complaint seemed to be about Chris Proudfoot.
Absolutely. That was the main, everything he had to say, that person was about Chris, and it shed a lot of light onto his behavior.
Well, and he had an issue with things that Sebastian preferred to eat. One was sushi and tofu. And it was explained that Chris Proudfoot is very homophobic. And he would tell him, that's what faggots eat. That's why they were so hell-bent on the Texas Roadhouse. We'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, I can't believe that you would even use that word. That is just a gross word to even use, in my opinion. And then to say that about food, come on. I love sushi. I mean, we all do. A lot of us. And eating healthy is something that was important to Sebastian's diet, in my assumption, due to his health-related issues. So, I don't know.
Well, and the thing is, I totally believe that Chris uses that word all the time.
I do
because
too.
when he contacted me about me saying words like moobs and no ass, he called me a faggot.
That's right. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? Now, the CPS engagement was not because of the belt whipping.
Mm-hmm.
It actually has to do with the mattress. All right, Chloe, this is a lot.
Yeah, this is.
So Chris took his mattress, Sebastian's, out of his room because he said, I'm sick of smelling piss, and put it in the garage. When Sebastian was talking about how he sleeps in the garage at school, CPS showed up and they actually asked the neighbors, have you seen this? Help me out here, Chloe, because that's a lot for me to digest.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot. It's a lot to even take in. Yeah, he asked, they asked other people and they confirmed, and a neighbor we talked to confirmed that he was made to sleep in the garage, and he had heard him yelling about smelling piss, is his words. And, you know, we all know that it was very cold there the night that he went missing. And think about the other nights leading up to that through the whole winter, that if he was made to sleep out there. And what child who I would believe I would be scared in that situation to live with a man like that. And I could understand, you know, if a child has disabilities and certain things that, you know, accidents can happen if you're scared.
Sure.
If you're being mistreated, if you're being abused. I mean, if you didn't do that at Seth's house.
I'm 48 years old. I don't trust a fart.
Yeah.
We can all have accidents. I mean, it's so degrading. And Sebastian comes outside thinking that he's just going to spend some quality time with his stepdaddy, and he hoses him down with the pressure washer, and that shit hurts.
Yes.
And to the point where the neighbors said Sebastian was having a total meltdown.
Yes, and Katie had to come get him because he had a total meltdown from it.
Okay, guys. That is really, really sad. And then also, like, I don't condone any of the other words they were using, the homophobic rhetoric, all that kind of stuff. Wasn't right at all. But I did hear that about Mr. Foot, that he kind of would tell Sebastian things like that, like, that's what, you know, that's girly, or, you know, don't eat that, eat manly food, kind of things like that. We did hear a lot of that in the beginning. So there's that. I don't trust a fart either. Star says. I thought that was funny. Brooks is funny. She's actually really funny in my opinion. Couponing, good to see you. Good to see you. Baba Rose, thank you for those hearts. Thanks for the hearts, Lori. Detroit Rock City says, I've tried tofu many times in different ways, and I never got it. It's bland and reminds me of eating a sponge. Yeah, it is to me too. There's like a certain restaurant in Springfield that has like sushi, like different kinds of sushi, and they had a tofu one, and I liked that one. There's certain ways that I do like tofu, but it's not my go-to thing or anything like that. Apparently it was Sebastian's thing. Like, he really did enjoy having tofu. And I don't think that just like the food choices that we make reflects anything on what we, you know, are. I mean, I guess there's that saying, you are what you eat, but tofu is healthy. Sushi can be healthy too. You know, just I don't know. I don't see why, if that's what he liked to eat, why give him hell for it? You know, that's my biggest thing. If that's what he likes it. If, as long as, you know, he doesn't have to eat it, you know. She's funny. But yeah, no, but you know, like what she was saying about that too is like, you know, anybody could have an accident, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, especially as we get older, right? And like, and then, you know, poor Sebastian, he didn't deserve to be teased about it. I think regression too, and we've talked about it, when people regress and that sort of thing, it's a trauma-based response. You know, it's a trauma response to whatever they're going through. In this case, we know that he was going through a lot at his house, the way that he was being treated. And Sammy brings up a good point. They aren't saying the mattress, they aren't saying the mattress neighbor was fake, right? Because two other neighbors said that this too. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking that maybe this is a collective, conclusion maybe, and maybe the person who is saying that they're the neighbor is calling in and saying all of these things, but there are some truths to it. That's what I'm guessing, and that's what I kind of guessed in the beginning when I first kind of heard it, but then people were saying that it wasn't really a neighbor. But I just thought, and you all wanted to hear this, so I figured I'd play it tonight, just because a lot of things are ringing true, and a lot of things are things that the neighbors had mentioned, but I'm not sure if it's like everything coming from the specific neighbor or if it's like a collective effort between maybe like three different neighbors, and then the one person was like, "Oh, I'll call in for you and pretend like I'm a neighbor." Possibly, I don't know. Um, but I did hear that. I did hear that about the mattress in the garage because Sebastian was having accidents at nighttime and Chris was upset and didn't want anything to do with him being in the house. And so he put his mattress outside and made him sleep like in the garage. Also, I did mention it in the one video I did where he called into Cluminante's and he was acting like he was Sling Blade. They made Sling Blade sleep in the garage as well. And so I did see like a connection there, whether it was a true connection or whether it was just like a coincidental one. There definitely was a connection there, making this man who had special needs sleep out in the garage because the mom's boyfriend was, just like a raging alcoholic who liked to mistreat her and her son. That's what the movie's about. And how, he takes matters into his own hands and unalives the stepdad because he gets tired of the bullcrap. But that is something that is in that movie as well. And so when I heard this, I thought, oh no, so then he was like making him sleep out in the garage. Because yeah, this isn't the only time that I've heard that too. Um, hey Trishy, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, tofu, Lori, it's basically like you can make it taste like whatever you want to. So like if you put like teriyaki sauce on it, it'll taste like teriyaki sauce. It's a very bland, like Detroit Rock City was saying, it's like very bland. Um, and it's a strange, it is a spongy consistency. It's different. It's different. And Born a Honey says CP is just a bully, in my opinion. I think so too. A lot of that kind of stuff is bullying behavior, and we see this very often, and with CP, and that's why it's easy to believe. It really is. It's easy to believe that he would say something like this because he has said things like this. He has called Sebastian those horrible names. Thank you, Hey Jude, for dropping channels. Thank you so much. And it just is. I know, yeah, that's the thing. None of this seems fake or inconsistent at all, in my opinion, either. That's why, like, when I was listening to it again, because I listened to it way back then, I downloaded it and I listened to it. And then I was like, well, I don't know if I should play this because we don't know if it's really a neighbor. Like, they never do, like, come up on panel and show, like, their face or anything, not like Bobby did, right? And that's when I called Bobby the Brave, because I thought how brave are you to get up and, show yourself, tell your name. That's brave on these streets because people are absolutely crazy. There's wonderful people here too. Don't get me wrong, but people are really crazy. And then of course, her kids are being blamed now too for madness. And so, with that being said, I think I think it's brave of her to get up there and tell the truth of how she sees it, what she's heard from other people, and that sort of thing. But yeah, it doesn't seem far-fetched at all, in my opinion, either. So I thought, let's rev it up and play it. Plus, I find Brooks to have a funny personality. She's very likable, so it's easy to listen to on that end. And it kind of counteracts some of the awful shit coming out of what these people are saying about what Chris has done. I find it very curious that in all of these different accounts, we don't hear anything about Katie, like about her being mean to Sebastian or about her degrading him in public, calling him names. We don't hear that. We just hear that Katie went and got her son away from the situation, and that's it. Like it wasn't said that like Katie was out there um joining in on the awful things. She basically grabbed him up and, come on buddy, let's get inside, or whatever, Bubba, whatever she calls him. That sort of thing. So I found that to be something to think about. They bring up this neighborhood picnic, and they say that they were only invited over once. Now, I know a lot of you have been through these toxic relationships, and you kind of know how this goes, right? You get invited over to people who don't know you guys. They don't know us or anything, and they say, oh, you guys want to come over, and you're like, oh, sure. We come over, and next thing you know, your narcissistic partner is acting like an asshole narcissist, like they are. And so they're over there being themselves, and you don't get invited back again because of the way that they act, and because they can be aggressive, not nice to anybody. And honestly, they probably don't want to be there. So they're going to make it miserable and make sure that you're not invited back. And then also in that toxic relationship, they like to isolate as well. And they want to have that control over you. So in that way, they're doing that, right? They're pushing away any type of friends you might have in order to gain more control over you and the relationship, basically. And so, they also recount hearing he goes or I go. And then, of course, the history of CP's failed marriages also kind of comes into this dynamic, right? Because he's telling Katie this marriage is not going to work. And then she's going, well, she might be thinking to herself, well, none of your marriages worked. Or maybe he's thinking to himself, none of my marriages have worked, so why would this one? So that's also an important dynamic to consider. And then as well, just history repeating itself, right? If he doesn't truly try to work on things with the person that he's with, he just kind of goes to the next person, which is his prerogative. It's not right or wrong, and it's up to him in his life. When things get toxic, it's better to leave. But in the same way, that's what we're kind of seeing here. They talk about the neighbors wanting them to sell. I can see that being true as well. I can also see people having a hard time selling their home in that area because of everything that has gone on. So I definitely can see that aspect too. The biggest complaint was to CP, not KP. Again, noteworthy for me. And then, of course, the mattress in the garage. CP took the mattress, put it in the garage, allegedly, and then CPS came and asked the neighbors. I don't know how often CPS does ask neighbors things, but maybe they do there. So that was something to think about, that perhaps the neighbors were asked what was going on, and maybe the ones that were really close to them, especially like the ones that are on the left side, if you're looking directly at their house, the left side neighbors, because they are going to be closer to hear everything, because you do have that like wider common area, alleyway, fairway, whatever you want to call it, that separates the neighbors on the right side of their house, and if you're looking at the house straight on. So with that being said, I think that those neighbors would hear more goings on, especially like in the backyard, or if he was power washing in the driveway, then they would hear something over there, right? So, oh no. Oh gosh, in the shape of a heart. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize I clicked on that until I just saw it. I'm sorry. I hope you're feeling better with that. Oh my goodness. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. And Calgal says, I know, right? He reminds me of foul-tempered Neanderthal. Same. Same. How he smacked Nina's 3-year-old saying needs to man up. Yeah, per Nina's test. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing too. And we heard that with a little Elijah Vu, how the mom's boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, wherever she sent him to become a man, was taking a little child, a little baby, 3-year-old baby, and saying, man up. Like, I know that that is something that those types of guys do. They say those kinds of things like, you're the F word if you do this or that or the other. They'll say things like, man up, or put your big boy britches on, stuff like that. And it's like, you're talking to a baby. Like, were you a man when you were a baby? No, you're not even a man now. You're a big man, child, baby, asshole. So. And Hey Jude says, I don't believe it was fake, and that's the thing too. Like, it just seems so real. Like, that's why I thought we might as well play this. And then also, Brooks mentioned that whenever she was emailing back and forth with Proudfoot, that he had called her the F word, which I thought that was weird because, whatever. But she alleges that he said that. Hey, Heather, good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Hope Float says, I will be squishy instead. Exactly. Aw. Babs says, my son decided he wanted tofu 2 years ago. Y'all, he was draining and seasoning the grilling tofu. No shit, she says. Oh my goodness, that's funny, Babs. And that's the thing. I mean, if you make it like certain ways, I'm sure it's like good, because I have liked it certain ways that I've had tofu. But then again, we have to remember too, like, Sebastian has sensory issues, and then Chris has said a lot of times in different interviews, and it has stayed consistent when it comes to food, with Sebastian. Like, they were saying things like he doesn't really like a lot of sauces, so he just kind of likes it plain. And I believe that. I can believe that. I can believe the carbonation thing, when they talk about the bubbles and the sensory issues there, because it could feel like popping to him or something like that. Like, carbonation is a weird sensation. And so I can see that. I can definitely see that. And In the Shape of a Heart says, I cannot believe how well it healed with using only my holistic and natural products. Unbelievable. Oh, that's great. I love doing that. I would rather go that route than, anything, if I have to. And Trishy says, I love making baked tofu with broccoli and soy sauce, and love, love, love sushi. Edgar is a control freak. So, right? That sounds good. Actually, I would probably like that. I think that sounds really good, with broccoli and soy sauce. Because, I mean, it'd make the tofu taste like soy sauce. So I like that. I think that would be good. Hey, C. Taylor, good to see you. Sebastian Strong. And Star says, oh, totally. Just because I don't get it doesn't mean anyone should be ridiculed. Exactly. Like, and that's the whole deal. Like, just because if you don't like something somebody else doesn't, then don't, make fun of them or whatever. Especially a kid, because they're going to be more sensitive. As we get older, we develop like thicker skin, we get more grit, right, about ourselves because we've been through more stuff. And we just kind of learn that like certain things aren't, that bad per se. You know what I mean? They're not as bad as we would think they were, say when we're like, a 15-year-old kid. When you're 40, 50 years old, you start realizing like, who cares what other people think, right? Or, basically, everybody gets their feelings hurt, no doubt. But you start to realize that like, oh, that person just saying that because of this or whatever. You can kind of take it a little bit easier than you would when you're younger, because you don't understand why, but as you get older, you understand more. And Sammy says, I agree. I keep wondering if he was in the garage that night The thud, maybe the dent on the door. Oh, yeah, no bathroom in the garage. I know, and they set him up for failure. Like, that's the thing too. Like, where is he supposed to go to the bathroom if he is out there? Instead of helping him through this, um, instead of, maybe setting an alarm or watching his fluid intake before he goes to bed. That's a really big one because I know sometimes kids that have bedwetting problems and even like younger children, you kind of cut off their fluid intake at a certain time of night so that way they're not like sleeping really hard and then they have an accident overnight. It's just anything you can do to make them feel more comfortable and to help them through it because nobody likes to have accidents in their pants. I mean, let's be honest. That's why, when kids become about 3 years old, especially, they start getting to the point where they're like, oh, yeah, I do want to use the potty. Or once they realize that, like, they don't have to use the bathroom in their pants anymore, or, and that sort of thing. It's just something that they like to do then. It makes sense to them, I guess, is more so. Yes, October 50. I love sushi too. And I never used like, I used to be really picky about that kind of stuff, but I do like sushi. It's really good. And In the Shape of a Heart says, "Oh, oh no. Oh gosh. I wear flip-flops too in the shape of a heart, like always, everywhere. Like I hate wearing shoes. I hate it. If I could go barefoot all the time, I would." And Detroit Rock City says, "Ouch, in the shape of a heart." I know. I know. Aw. Bab says, children who are mistreated react and socialize so differently, even without having autism. I don't think Sebastian has autism. I think he was like severely mistreated and confined to keep secrets and didn't know any better. Yeah, and Babs, there's a lot of comorbidity when it comes to Sebastian's chromosome deletion and autism. So his chromosome deletion also causes emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. The autism diagnosis was late and recent. So it is something I've questioned as well, just not being a medical professional, but I have worked with people with special needs in the past. It always stuck with me that his teacher, his 8th grade teacher, Patricia Szymanski, said that if you saw Sebastian walking down the street, then you would think that he didn't have any deficits at all. And so, of course, you can't tell that someone has autism just by looking at them. However, some of the mannerisms, or like when he was plugging his ears as he was walking, that was one thing that kind of I identified with autism, just being overstimulated, especially like walking past a big crowd of people, or, it looked like it was kind of busy that day outside. So I could see that being a response to overstimulation. But it's just hard to tell. You can't really tell. And then also, like I said, with the chromosome deletion mirroring a lot of the characteristics of autism, it is questionable. It's questionable to me, whether there may have been a misdiagnosis, or if he's extremely high functioning, then that's why we're not seeing as many of the characteristics or traits. But maybe like the sensory issues, because that is something that comes along with the autism, becoming overstimulated, having a meltdown. But who wouldn't have a meltdown if they're being sprayed with a power washer? You know what I mean? That's just what's so hard about that situation. Um, I would melt down too. Like if somebody was pushing me to melt down, I'd melt down too, everybody would. So it's not just indicative of autism, in my opinion. Um, Let me play this really quick, guys. I found the interview from Seth, and it's this phone interview. So I'll just show you. It was March 7th. I do declare, I do believe. And he was the first parent that we really heard from. And he went on the news, and then we had them the feet go on Duchess. But hopefully you guys can hear this pretty good.
I mean, as his father, tell me a little bit about your son.
He's got a big heart. He's loving. You know, he's inquisitive. He can be stubborn at times. He loves to play video games. He loves animals. He thoroughly loves animals. He likes plants. He likes to, you know, grow things. He likes to take care of things. He loves his video games. Boy, the kid loves his video games.
What has the last week been like for you as a father?
My heart is missing somewhere out here, and I'm just trying to find him. And I don't know where he's at. I can't find him.
And when was the last time you got to see Sebastian?
Last time he was at my house.
Here it comes.
So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior. He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video game.
So it was 2 weekends prior that he was at his house, he said. Here, we'll play it back.
And it would have been 2 weekends prior. He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video game.
So 2 weekends prior, he was at Seth's house. The weekend before he went missing, he was not, according to Seth here. And then he was at Katie's the weekend that he went missing.
I mean, obviously, it seems like, what has it been like working with law enforcement? Have they been great, you know, trying to help you with this search?
They're definitely doing everything that they can to find my son, and I thoroughly appreciate it. And I hope that they find him every day. I'm waking up hoping that they find him.
And obviously, so he's autistic. Are there any, like, tendencies that he may have? Like, does he like hanging out, like, in the trees or by water that could maybe help people find him?
He does like trees. I mean, he loves to go fishing with me. But if he's in the city limits, he's, you know, video games. He'd probably be, you know, maybe an arcade or something.
Okay. And has he ever done something like this before? Just leave the house for a short period of time or anything like that?
No.
And I mean, how much sleep have you lost over this last week? Walk me through kind of what that experience has been.
Said he hasn't had very much sleep at all.
Coffee and energy drinks and my main diet is great.
Yeah. And I know you said you were out there searching. Are there any particular places that you're looking that you think he might be at?
I'm looking everywhere. I'm not from this area, so I don't know it. So I'm just everywhere. I keep telling people, keep your head up and your eyes open. If you see him, call 911. If my son hears my voice, buddy, you need to get a phone and call 911. You know.
Definitely. And you live in Clark.
So there that is, guys. Every time I hear Seth speak about his son, it's just always the same thing, you know, just wants him home, just wants to keep looking for him until he finds him. It's just heartbreaking. And Hey Jude says the neighbor showed Chloe Jade an FBI card from an agent who worked the case. Okay, wow. So, yeah, and I mean, I just feel like this is all just it just all rings true. Like there may be a few things in here, and if I pick them out, we can discuss them, or if you all pick something out. But a lot of this stuff is something that, or excuse me, a lot of this stuff is things that we've heard from multiple neighbors. Um, and Bobby did touch on some of it too, not necessarily because I think she lives too far away, out of earshot, but for the neighbors that do live within earshot, they can hear it. Um, so thank you for that. Hey, Jude. Hey, Susan, good to see you. And Star says, I've missed a lot of these interviews. It's weird. In the absence of Ellie information, there is a plethora of social media information. I agree. That's the whole thing. It's like, even I would like to kind of go over some of Seth's older interviews and discuss them. It's just hard because of they're very hard to listen to, especially when he's talking about what Sebastian endured in California and things like that. So it's very tough. Thanks for saying, in my opinion, Babs. Thank you. So, oh no, did you get kicked out in the shape of a heart? Oh no. Oh goodness. Was it when the ads came on? I was gonna check my ads too, because somebody said there were like a lot of them, and I just have them on moderate. So, Sammy says, yes, so many things mentioned in the beginning had been later called rumors. So the true crime community dismissed a lot of the things, but that was before we knew about the misinformation campaign. You're totally right. Those things are coming back not as true. Yeah. Or now as true. That's the thing. It's just the way that Chris talked about him, especially when he was being interviewed. Smiley, we heard about, the use of punishments with belts and throwing away his belongings. And if you look into like intimate partner V or DV, we hear of that as like a control tactic, right? It's coercive control. And Trishy had mentioned that earlier in one of one of her comments that was on my live last night, and it made a lot of sense to me because, of course, going through DV and then the counseling and things like that, it's talked about extensively, and I see that dynamic here, especially with like the throwing his things away. It's the disrespect, right? It's just like the complete disrespect and disregard for the other person, as if they're not even a human, as if they don't have feelings. Um, and that's what they kind of like want you to feel like. Hey, Geo twins, he is a huge bully. Um, and that's the thing, they want you to feel that way. They want you to feel bad. They want you to second guess everything that you're feeling and thinking, because see, Taylor, mine too. Mine too. She did awesome. But yeah, I mean, just whatever you're thinking, they don't want you to believe yourself, right? Because if you start having too much faith in yourself, then you're going to lose faith in them, and they don't want that. They want you to have all this faith in them when they don't deserve a lick of it. In my opinion. But I definitely had to learn all of that the hard way, a couple of times now. But, better late than never. Yeah, she's so brave, and she did come forward and show herself and like tell it how she feels like it is, because it's always going to be more of a hearsay, but it also is something that is kind of nice that she was almost like a little bit of a spokesperson for the neighborhood, if you will, especially when Chris would come out and be like, oh, everybody knows Sebastian in the neighborhood, and then we find out Bobby's like, he was like barely ever outside, and he did, and that sort of thing. When Chris says that his fondest memory with Sebastian is when Sebastian's operating that smaller kind of scaled, I think it's like an excavator or something like that. I probably said it wrong, guys. I'm a girly girl. I don't know about men's machinery, but nevertheless, he says this, and then when you see the pictures, it's not like him and Chris doing this together. It's not like Chris is like, sitting on the side helping him. It's like another person there, and I just find that to be like odd that he says that that's his favorite memory with Sebastian, yet he's not there like being the stepdad, because I understand, like, especially in this situation, Sebastian has a dad, and he does have a good dad who would take him fishing and do those types of things with him. But if you're in a blended family, it is a good thing to be a good step parent to those kids and do things that are special between you all, build memories together. And so it's just a lot of missed opportunities and a lot of smoke, blown up our asses from Chris, in my opinion, because he's basically, you know, wanting us to believe that he was just the super, dad or whatever, but he wasn't. And he's not even like helping him or guiding him along in the process with some other dude in there. I think it might be like one of Chris's people, on, the Bowersock side or whatever, or the feet side. But either way, that guy had like a curly, luscious mullet, so I'm guessing he's part of Chris's kin. And Geo Twin says, SF totally put her kids in the middle of all of that. Yeah, great job, SF, putting kids in danger. Exactly. And that was the thing. I mean, that's why she was so brave for coming forward, right? Because even later on in this, and like I said, I'm not sure if, whether, what kind of source we're looking at right now. But it was important, and I do feel like it's important to mention what Brooke says in here, is that she talks about how people don't come forward because of the reaction that they may get. And I think that's very true, especially in this case. I mean, we can't even speculate without getting hate. We can't, have our own opinions without getting hate in this case. And I think Summer Wells's was the same way, although of course I wasn't a creator back then, so I don't really understand fully what happened, nor do I care really, because really all it is about Summer and the fact that she's still out there somewhere. And then we have, Candace and Don, and they're very strange. And like when I saw their house for the first time and she did that little maneuver where she gets down in there, and I was like, what is this? Like, are we going people under the stairs? Because that was a scary movie, that was a Wes Craven flick. And I'm like going, there's no reason a little girl should have to live like this. Summer was a precious little girl. And Susan says, what a bummer Sebastian was placed there. Yeah, it is a total bummer. And then it's a bummer that he couldn't have gotten the help that he needed to get, and that he had to be waitlisted. It was like a perfect storm, and it just kept going and going and going, until now he's missing, Hey, Tinks, good to see you, hon. Trishy says, poor Chloe Jade, it probably was Clue and the Proudfoot simps just targeting anyone with important evidence. I mean, I've witnessed it firsthand how they do people. I'm just not going to talk about it, but yes, Trishy, yes, my thoughts exactly. That's why I thought, let's play it, Sam. Let me go ahead and we'll play this next clip really quick, guys. Hey, Island, good to see you.
And Chris yelled, "Get your retard."
Yep. Wow. This is what the neighbors saw. Think about what happened inside behind closed doors. He has no shame whatsoever to act like this in front of everyone, to go on panels and be disrespectful and say the things he says. I mean, imagine how awful this person really is. If this is what people just around the neighborhood saw.
And whether it was caught on camera, I don't know, because one neighbor we talked to said he has 6 or 7 cameras around his house. I know the next door neighbor, who does not want to go on the record.
Yes.
He has several cameras. And they said they just got cameras 3 weeks ago. They had people over putting up cameras because they were They said they were being harassed, and they said we saw those people in the neighborhood. Let's just get to the recording. Also, for those of you that are wondering, the price of 12 eggs in China it would be $2.20 US dollars. I'll put it right there because I don't exactly know their currency. Can't say the price of tea in China.
I know.
Now, when they did have one like barbecue in the neighborhood, okay, all Chris did was get drunk and get into it with people and say, I wear a size 14 boot.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-huh. Well, then how come all of your ex-wives say you have a little pecker?
Right?
How are you going to have that kind of boat-looking feet and have a little pecker?
Yeah, at his height. That's crazy.
You don't have no 14 shoes. If he does, he's stuffing Walmart bags in it.
Yeah, right? That's right.
Size 14 boot. All right, Chloe, because yesterday was we had a lot going on. Woo, thanks for hanging in there with me. So let's get to it. And yes, recorded with permission.
They asked for our actually ring cam footage. They asked for the camera footage. Everyone turned it over. I don't know what or if there's anything on, say, like my neighbors or something, or the people down the street, because I mean, let's put it this way. It's a very, I don't want to put down actually law enforcement, but it's very, I mean, I think the best way to say it is they're very hard-headed right here. And, I mean, do I think they're just...
Okay, look at me interrupting already. What he's explaining, and this is when I said, is it okay if I record all this so I don't forget anything? And he said, yeah, go ahead. He's talking about when law enforcement was going house to house to house to house, and they wanted to know who had any camera footage.
Just sitting back and they're doing nothing? Absolutely not. I mean, do I think they're investigating it and they're doing stuff that we don't know? Yeah. But
what do you think about them saying it's not a criminal investigation? So what are they investigating?
It has to be. No. Yeah. I mean, that's what we all talked about. That's what a bunch of us, all of my neighbors, that's what we all said. We said, it just doesn't make, it just doesn't make sense that it's not a criminal investigation, because you have a missing, it's actually a 15-year-old. And, I mean, outside of the searches that were done by, I don't want to give names, but it was a big, it was a big actually chaos. It was big schemes with a bunch of things. And I believe that, I believe this. If we have a kid missing, or if now it's my kids are grown, but let's just say if you had one of my kids that was missing, that was 14, 15 years old, Where is the search? I mean, they scaled back the search to where there's almost no search. And I just don't get it.
So I don't really get it either. I kind of agree with this guy, whoever he is. I wanted to say hi to Jenny444, Roxy R. Thank you for being here and coming out of the bushes. And Marley Goff. Good to see you guys. And I'm sorry if I'm missing anybody. I wanted to go through it as we go, but I'm real behind in the chat. So the neighbor says that, or the alleged neighbor says that CP has no shame. And I think we could all kind of agree with that at this juncture, just what we've seen from interviews in the past and things like that. Hey, the analyst, good to see you. And he talks about Brooks talks about how the next door neighbor would not go on record. So this piece lends to her credibility, in my opinion, because she is saying that there were certain people that would not go on record, one being the next door neighbor. And so, it's kind of hard to decipher, but it does, like I said, lend to her credibility, in my opinion. So, this guy seems truthful to me as well. I don't know if you all remember, and I was going to pull this clip and I just remembered that I didn't do it, from Web Sleuths, when Chris says about, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China? He goes off on the price of eggs in China. Apparently, according to Brooks, at that time, the time of this interview was $2.20 US. So there's that, if anybody was wondering. And apparently at this barbecue, the neighbor alleges that CP got really drunk and then he was like picking fights with everybody. Again, if you've ever been with a toxic partner and they have too much to drink, they get the beer balls, kind of thing, where they're just like the biggest man, Pickle Pecker, Detroit Rock City. And speaking of peckers, CP's ex-wives do allege that he has a little pecker. And so, that's all alleged in their opinion, but all of them have stated apparently that he does not have a lot to work with in the crotchal region. But again, he was walking around telling everybody how he has a size 14 boot, which I think that this might, if this is true, speak to some premeditation on his part, because maybe he was going around bragging about his, big size 14, so no one would ask him about his, for real, whatever it is, size 10 and a half, I think it's something like that. I really could care less how big his feet are, or how big his pecker is, for that matter. But nevertheless, it's talked about here. And so, size 14 boot is kind of strange to like tell people that at a party, right? Usually, like, if you have big feet, people could look down and see them. It's not something that is hidden, like, say, your pecker. But hey, Jude. But she also talks about how what her preface for this call, she says that it was recorded with permission. So whoever this person is on the line did give her permission to record this conversation, and they were aware of it. Of course, we've talked about this before too. Some states in America, we can record, and it's only a one-party rule. So only one party has to know about it. Now, there are other states that have a two-party rule, and you have to make sure that everybody who is on the call understands and knows that they're being recorded at that time. So it just depends on kind of what state you live in and what the rules are, because if you do record someone without their knowledge in a two-party state, you can get in trouble. But in a one-party state, it's all good. And that's how we were able to listen to the call between Sheriff Matthews and Jana, because there's no doubt in my mind that the calls are recorded when the police have people in for meetings and things like that. But it's not always recorded when it comes to, our person being on our person. So if we go in there to talk to the sheriff, we don't have our own recording devices unless it's a one-party state, then I would recommend it, just because of what we've seen. And it's just really, if it's a candid conversation and there's truth being told, nobody should really be worried about whether it's being recorded or not, right? Because it's all truthful, sort of thing. And so, hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. And so with that being said, I think it's important to kind of know Island. It's important to note that sorry, Poppy Love, I'm so sorry that you came walking into that. That's hilarious. So like Lady Freedom's talking about peckers tonight. Great. Oh, it's not even Friday and she's talking about peckers. Oh boy. Oh my goodness, you guys are cracking me up tonight. I knew this was going to be kind of sad, but then also a little bit humorous because of some of the things. Like I said, Brooks is a funny girl. She was making me laugh, and I appreciate that, because some of the things you can get so angry with some of the things that are said, and then when somebody kind of makes you giggle a little bit and brings Chris down to his own size that he should be. It is always a nice thing. And a big truck, Susan. You know what they say about big trucks? Aw, poor Chris with my mini Panthers. Oh my goodness. And it's like, I would never dream of making fun of him if it wasn't for the things that he said about Sebastian. Because I just think back to some of the things that he said in other interviews, and I'm like, it doesn't hurt. It just doesn't hurt to give him a taste of his own medicine, but there's that. So let's go on to the next clip. And so now we're going to get into really kind of what the neighbors were thinking, of course. And like I said before, if you've ever been in the situation where you bring somebody to a party and they get too drunk or, they want to act out and you're like, oh my gosh, and you're trying to have a good time, you're mingling, you're conversating with people. And then, you can hear your partner or somebody in the background like, I have a size 14. And it's like crazy, ridiculous, right? It's embarrassing. It's humorous after the fact, but for whoever has to sit there and go through that, it is anything but funny at that time, right? Because it's like so embarrassing. You're like, why are you doing this to me? Like, I don't know that guy over there. I know I came with that guy, but we don't know each other really. Kind of a thing. So it's one of those things, or you have to leave the party early because they're acting a fool. But okay, let's go on to this next one.
What did you think about them searching the landfill?
That, now, okay, there are two different areas where the trash it actually goes. One, it goes to actually Nashville, and the second, it goes to Kentucky. So now you have commercial, we'll go to Kentucky. And now, but you do have some that if we have ours, it goes to Nashville. But them searching it is something. I'm just trying to see if there's, I'll say it this way. You have a lot of job sites. Their material, it goes to Kentucky.
Okay, Chloe, let's talk about the importance of this.
Okay.
So I asked him, I said, what did you think about them searching the landfill? And he explained it. You have, like, I'm just going to say regular garbage. But if it's commercial or construction related, it goes up to Kentucky. That's the landfill they searched. And we know that there's a reason for it.
Absolutely.
What did you think about that?
I don't know what there was. I don't know if it had to do with that construction site and them wondering if something, he was put in something there. That was my thought, but I don't know, because they had to have something if they went there to search.
Nobody in their right mind, law enforcement, regular people, YouTubers, whatever, are going to go to a landfill and search. And he explained it. He was like, it's because it's commercial. And we know there is some construction businesses.
Right. Exactly.
And you don't just search a landfill in a whim. You're not going to do it. No. Okay, that makes sense. So, I mean, when were you aware that Sebastian was missing? And by the way, can you come on the show tomorrow? I can just email you the link.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm not going to put your name out there. We're just going to have a conversation because this is for Sebastian.
Yeah, sure. Okay. We found out at about, now, I'm an early riser.
Me too.
I'm up 4 o'clock in the morning. It's like I told you inside my email, I did 24 years, and I'm a fighter pilot, which I'm retired now, but I get up at 4, and we found out when we seen the whole area starting to swarmed at probably about 10 to 7. And that's when they started searching around. And that's when they started, like, if you go in the back, you have honeysuckle, which from actually Stafford to it's honeysuckle. You really can't see, but it's the side back, and they started searching, and that's where it started. So that's about the time frame, which I would say is about probably 10 to 7 or somewhere right near 7. And this is AM. This isn't so that's actually that timeline. But now, it's just a mystery.
Okay, and we're going to get to this. Okay. 10 till 7 is when basically hell broke loose. That's the reason I was saying yesterday there's a big difference between 6 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.
Hey, Teresa Wilson, welcome in. Okay, guys, so he did get this part right. So I just made sure to do a double check on a Google. And Kentucky landfill search was March 7th, right? We know that. It was after the search, excuse me, after initial searches were scaled back. So J.E. McMurtry is disposal and recycling is the place where they take the household trash, right? And Bobby does confirm this when she talks to JLR. So it says right here, J.E. McMurtry, disposal and recycling, a home. it says for over 60 years, we provided quality trash disposal and recycling services to Nashville, surrounding communities in Middle Tennessee. And then it says service areas include Antioch, Belshire, Donaldson, Gallatin, Goodlettsville, Hendersonville, Hermitage. So here we go. There's that a little bit there. And then he says that the commercial construction goes over to Kentucky. And so that's the Kentucky landfill that they searched. So in the beginning, I was doing a lot of thumbnails with like the big blue dumpsters that were over in the construction site, because that's where the landfill search seemed to have been spurned from, because if they thought it was the residential or the household trash, if you will, just from people's residences, it would have went to Nashville in theory. But instead, they were searching that Kentucky landfill. They didn't spend a lot of time there. We know that. However, I found it really interesting that the neighbor said that all of the commotion and everything that he noticed in the neighborhood started around not a quarter to 7. It was 10 to 7 a.m. So 10 minutes till 7, which would put us at 6:50 a.m. And then he said that they started searching over by honeysuckle, which I found to be very interesting, because honeysuckle, when I looked it up on a map, it is directly behind the construction, all of the construction, but it's like a direct path from Sebastian's residence, from the Proudfoot residence. And so I thought it was very curious and it piqued my interest when he brought that up, honeysuckle. Very much piqued my interest. And with that being said, it just makes me wonder again, what made them want to search the, yes, hey Jude, i.e. dumpster. Why they would want to search the Kentucky commercial construction landfill and not the residential landfill. So they weren't really even looking into, say, like items of the Proudfoot's trash, because as we all know in true crime, a lot of cases have been solved that way. The FBI loves to dig through our trash and look for receipts and different little items that would lead them back to, foul play in a crime or, something like that, leading them back to the criminal activity, if you will. But the fact that they thought maybe that Sebastian was put inside of a dumpster, not to be crude or awful, because I know we have to be careful with some of those things, but it just leads me to believe that, because you don't typically look for people who are living in a landfill, right? It's a grim situation when we think about that, and when we think about what they may have been looking for, and then why were they looking over there? Because they did have those huge blue dumpsters all the way, all over the construction area where they were doing all the new builds and the new phase of homes over there, right next to Sebastian's subdivision. So it is very curious. And then, of course, he says that everything in the neighborhood started around 6:50 a.m., focusing in on that honeysuckle area near Sebastian's home. It's a few streets over. So, yes, Trishy, get some sleep. Get some good sleep. Thank you for posting that, Star. I'm so glad you were here, Trishy. I'm sorry to go on so late. I tried to go earlier tonight, and then I had to even push it up 15 minutes. But it's something that is, it is curious. It's still a point of curiosity. Especially knowing that they didn't really find anything, or maybe they didn't find exactly what they were looking for. I also find it kind of odd that they didn't spend a whole lot of time over there, knowing that he might be someplace over there, or maybe they weren't even looking for him particularly, but something in the construction area. So it's a possibility either way. But let's go on to the next clip. Oh, thank you, Trishy. Yes, thank you. Oh, 1 minute here. Let's look at what Teresa says. Teresa says, During the landfill search in Kentucky, news reporters stated driver of the trash truck proclaimed trash was heavier than normal. I listened to the landfill reporter tonight. Yeah, okay, Teresa, I do remember him saying that. I do remember him saying that, but you would think, and maybe there was too much, there was overflow from Nashville, so they decided to bring it to Kentucky because I heard they did that too sometimes. If there was too much to say, bring it over to the Nashville location, then they would bring it over to Kentucky. So thank you for that. Thank you for your comment. Oh no, it's buffering Detroit Rock City. Someone else said that as well. Someone else says that earlier. Oh, Lisa says the construction site belonged to CP's cousin Danny. Okay, well that also makes sense too then. So maybe that was the connection, and maybe that's why they thought, okay, let's go check that out and make sure there's nothing to it. Just because, I mean, they did say it was a precautionary, which I of course was like, well, precautionary, maybe they're just saying that because they want to tell the news something. But maybe that was the precautionary just because that was, there was a connection there, so that's definitely something to consider. The YouTube glitch. Ugh, the YouTube glitch. And Susan says, because Mr. Chris, um, made him throw his belongings away, according to Chris Proudfoot. Yeah, exactly. And that's another thing. They could have heard him saying something like that, like bragging about it, and then they thought, well, maybe he threw something away of importance. So that's a good point, Susan. Thank you for that. Oh, that's good. Good to hear, Sammy. Yeah, but didn't they search 3 sites? I only knew of the one, but that doesn't mean that there weren't more, because there was just so much information out at that time. So, um, yeah, that's definitely something. Okay, Hey Jude says no, the construction site wasn't Danny, guys. Okay, so maybe there wasn't a connection there. I was thinking that maybe it was precautionary if there was a connection, just to make sure, you know what I'm saying? Because I thought that was so weird when they were saying precautionary, precautionary, it's just a precaution. Um, I mean, because typically that's not a precautionary thing. Usually if they do something like that, they have something, they have to get a search warrant. We kind of talked about the little process. Um, yeah, Hey Jude says that it was another builder. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Cause yeah, I never heard that there was a connection there, but I mean, I know, um, that Mr. Guy does do construction, obviously, but I didn't think he was that close to where the feet were, if that makes sense. So a search dog hid on a dumpster there. See, and that was another thing that was super confusing, right? We didn't know where the dogs were hitting, why they were hitting, what kind of dogs were used. Obviously, I saw blue tick, I saw bloodhounds. We could see like the kind of dogs they were using if they put them on the news. But oh, okay, Lisa, that Chris admitted to it being Dan's. And sometimes I wonder if he just lies to lie. You know what I mean? Snack attack, Star says, be right back. I wonder if he was being honest, Lisa, but that's a good point. I do remember him saying something like that. That's interesting. See, and it's so confusing because we've never really gotten straight answers. Let me go ahead and we'll play this next clip. And we are on number 5.
And I think anyone that sticks their neck out and speaks publicly on the record should be respected. All right?
I do too.
So he's saying 10 till 7. is when they started noticing the activity. That tells me a lot. We've heard she went to wake him up at 6:30. We've heard she went to wake him up at 6 a.m. But he's saying at about 10 till 7 is when the activity started in the neighborhood.
Right.
Law enforcement went door to door to door to door, wanting camera footage.
Yeah, right away.
Everybody's trying to figure it out. I mean, but now I can say from just being a neighbor, which your friendly neighbor, he's not the type of person that I associate with. And I say that because he...
You mean Chris Proudfoot?
Yes. He's very loud, and it has to be right, and he has to be right, or you have the whole conversation is basically done with. And he does, which I don't drink, but he does drink. Now, did I witness any? No, I know. But my friend's daughter, she works in actually Texas Roadhouse. She doesn't know that. Now, she wasn't working the night that they went in, but she had seen them in there the 2 weeks before that, and something that Sebastian wanted, or I don't know exactly if it was something that they didn't serve, or I'm not 100%, but he got from, now this is just hearsay part, is that he got very angry and they ended up leaving. And this was 2 weeks.
Now, who got angry? Sebastian got angry? Katie got angry? The staff got angry? Who got angry?
No, it was Chris who got angry.
Oh, I thought he wasn't home the whole month of February. Oh, this is interesting. Okay.
No.
He said, no. So a woman that works at the Texas Roadhouse, for whatever reason, Dum Dum, I guess, didn't like his tater tots or something, and he got real angry because I said, now who are we talking about? The wait staff? We're talking about Sebastian? Katie? No, it was Chris that got all pissed off in the restaurant. And then, of course, we go into his regular schedule. Question is, why wasn't he home that weekend?
Right. And why lie about the fact that he hadn't been home that whole month, too? I mean, that still doesn't make sense. And then that weekend, he's just not there. I mean, there's no way this wasn't pre-planned. I don't know, in my opinion. I can't see chat, and people might disagree with me, but I just really believe that this was, like, coming to a head.
I think we're all on the same page here. And if anybody has any questions about law enforcement and what they know, the neighbors have been heavily spoken to. So 2 weeks before, they're at the Texas Roadhouse, and Chris has one of his good old shit fits. Listen to it again.
And something that Sebastian wanted, or I don't know exactly if it was something that they didn't serve, or I'm not 100%, but he got from, now this is just hearsay part, is that he got very angry and they ended up leaving. And this was 2 weeks.
Now, who got angry? Sebastian got angry? And the reason I ask this question is, who got so angry that they up and left the restaurant, the Texas Roadhouse, 2 weeks before? He said it was something Sebastian wanted, and he said it was Chris that got so upset. They got angry and left. Something Sebastian wanted. Well, God forbid he wants an extra roll or he wants some dessert. How many of you have been at a restaurant where your child wants to order the whole damn menu?
Many times.
Yeah. You're in public. You're not going to have a meltdown and come unglued. No. Katie got angry. The staff got angry. Who got angry?
No, it was Chris who got angry.
Oh, I thought he wasn't home the whole month of February. Oh, this is interesting. Okay.
No. He would leave. Now, you know he has a fifth wheel, okay? Now, I'm gonna have to look at the date from 2 weeks from the day before, because that's when they were in there. Now, he would come home sometimes on the weekends, and that's when they would get like a bunch of stuff done, and then he would take off again, and he would go back, and then he would be gone. But that's what happened. Now, it's just, I mean, I'm trying to put a timeline. Like, I mean, you basically had me and my wife, we've been scratching our heads saying, well, is there something that, but it's just things that you just can't, I mean, it's just things that we don't know. Now, I will tell you this. Now, I mean, I know from experience, and because I have family members, you have my brother-in-law, actually, he's a lawyer, but I can tell you this. They have been getting, I can't say every day because I don't watch every day, but I have to pass to actually go into town that way, but for the last probably 45 days, I would say every other day they've been, it's actually not detectives, I think they're getting regular visits by, it has to be actually their attorney. So, I don't know.
Oh, that would make sense. Okay. All right.
So, but
Has law enforcement followed up with you or any of your neighbors recently?
no. I mean, the only thing they did was they actually took the ring. They actually took the ring footage, and I have 6 cameras on actually my house. Well, actually 4, and then there's 2, but it's 6, and they actually downloaded it, which didn't show anything, and but we've had nothing else. I mean, we didn't have no, I mean, there hasn't been a recanvass, or like there hasn't knocked on the door and said, have you thought of this, or have you, I mean, it's basically been quiet.
Okay, so he says that LE has been quiet, that they haven't really updated any of the neighbors, although they did come by and grab the ring footage or any type of footage from the neighborhood. So we begin with the 6:50 a.m. time where this neighbor says that allegedly the activity started in the neighborhood. Katie tells everybody in the beginning that she called around 6 a.m. because she went to go wake up Sebastian at 6 a.m. and realized that he wasn't in his bed. And so at that point, at around 6:50 a.m., LE starts going door knocking for footage. And so let's see, he goes into this story about a person that he knows that works at the Texas Roadhouse, saying that she wasn't there on February 25th, but she was working a couple weeks before that, and that she had witnessed Chris getting very angry and then them leaving the Texas Roadhouse. Now, he's not 100% sure on the reason why this altercation started or why Chris was getting so angry with Sebastian, but it was something about the fact that Sebastian wanted something on the menu, maybe that they didn't have, or maybe he wanted to order more menu items than Chris was going to allow. But nevertheless, Chris was the one that had a meltdown. And I like the way Brooks said he had one of his good old shit fits. Because I mean, we all kind of know, right, how he gets. And so it's curious to me, and the reason why this rings true to me is because Chris states that Sebastian didn't like to eat red meat, that he's not a steak eater, yet they force him to go to a steakhouse and choose from maybe a couple of menu items. To me, that's not what you do when you have kids, especially if you have kids that are picky, or if they have sensory issues, or if they're autistic, or if they have a deletion, a chromosomal deletion, because these are going to be things that are going to be out of their routine. They're not going to be able to order the things that they like, and they're going to have a really crappy time, right? And so are the parents at the end of the day. So why put yourselves through it? I don't know why they would bring him to the Texas Roadhouse knowing that he doesn't like to eat those things, and then force him, to narrow down the menu to something really small, in my opinion. Hey, Sharon. Hey, Vic. Good to see you guys. And so, it's just one of those things where, again, I don't understand why that was the choice of the evening on February 25th either, because if that's something that they know that he doesn't like, and then Katie orders French fries and eats the rolls. And so to me, it's just kind of a cruel thing to do. It's setting everybody up for failure. It's setting everybody up for a really crappy night, and not enjoying themselves as a family if one of the family members doesn't like to eat what's on the menu. It's just like kind of a no-brainer to me anyway. But nevertheless, they leave Texas Roadhouse because Chris gets absolutely really angry, and they decide to just leave out. And Brooks brings up another important detail here, stating that Chris says that he wasn't at home the entire month, that he left early February, and that he hadn't been back home. So it wasn't like he was driving home on the weekends, according to Chris and Katie. And then I also thought it was funny that she said Dum Dum didn't like his tater tots. That made me laugh. But why wasn't, if Chris was coming home on the weekends, why wasn't he home that weekend? I thought that was a really important question to kind of ask and have everybody kind of think about, because it's one of those things that is very curious. Why wasn't he home that particular weekend? And again, the other panelist says she thinks it's premeditated, pre-planned. I do too. So apparently, he's not. He was home before, but he wasn't that weekend, according to neighbors, people who worked at the Texas Roadhouse, so on and so forth. Let's see. He talks about the fifth wheel and about how CP could come home whenever he'd like on the weekends, and then they would get a whole bunch of stuff done, and then he would take off again and go back to work, which is not unusual or uncommon, right? Because we know a lot of guys that work out of town and their wives stay home and they have the kids and everything like that, and then they come home for the weekend and that sort of thing. And of course, that is going to be the time when you're going to be able to get more things done. You can do things as a family, all of that good stuff. But it just seems like, maybe Chris wasn't really, and this just speaks back to his control, his controlling nature. Maybe he didn't allow for those things to be done until he got home. I mean, that's a possibility, because why would you try to like just cram everything in the weekends? I understand everybody does things differently. It's just not my cup of tea, particularly, especially when you have, again, a child who has special needs, who may not want to be bounced around all over the place and taken to several different stores and that sort of thing. So, hey, James, good to see you. So, there's that. And also, let's see. He says that he and his wife have been scratching their heads because things, there's just some things that they don't know, right? So they're just scratching their heads, trying to figure out what's going on, what could have happened here. He mentioned something about his brother-in-law being a lawyer. I wasn't really making a whole connection with that, but he says that for the last like 45 days or so, they had been getting regular visits from their attorney, that their attorney would show up to the house and do a house call and discuss matters with them, whatever those matters were. And then Brooks asks, did LE follow up with you all, any of the neighbors? And he says, no, they just took the camera footage, that he had 6 cameras. They downloaded those cameras and that the cameras didn't show anything. And so he said that there was no recanvassing, that there was no door knocking after they did the initial door knocking for the footage, and that basically LE had been quiet, investigating, on the side. And so, yes, couponing it was. Couponing says, wasn't that weekend of the poker party Friday night, allegedly? Yes. There was a poker party, a poker night, if you will, on Friday night, and that would have made it February, let's see, it would have been 23rd. So February 23rd, 2024, allegedly there was a poker party that Katie, her friend Lori, Sebastian, Lori's son, Danny was there. Several other people were there. According to a lot of people, Chris was also there. He did attend, and he did attend that. And so it is curious, because here we're hearing that he wasn't home, and now we're hearing that he is, and then also he has no proof backing up where he was. I would think that the SF would be very happy to at least at least give some of that information to kind of take the heat off of Chris, but we've still yet to see any of that information. We don't know whether he was home or not, or where he was. I do know that Chloe PI, when she was the private investigator for Seth, she was verifying and said that there were people at the campgrounds that saw Chris at 10 p.m. And then also he was reporting to work on Monday morning. But that doesn't mean that he couldn't have left at 10, made it back, done something really quick. There was a handoff, grabbed Sebastian allegedly, and then made it back to work. There's enough time in there to do that, is all I'm saying. And that's just my opinion on that. But it's curious because the neighbors are also wondering about it too, scratching their heads and trying to figure out what on earth has happened here. It's got to be scary living in that community. Again, trying to get your home sold if you're ready to sell your home and maybe downsize or something like that. And then all of this commotion going on and all of this craziness going on. And so it's very curious. And let me take a look and see what James has to say here. James, welcome in, James. James says it's not funny on how we have heard that CP did not work Thursday, Friday, and about a poker game that Friday, and CP denies it all, just as he denies being in Oregon when a woman has seen and talked to him, and as he helped her with her fishing pole and did not know about Sebastian was missing, that it was his parents and grandparents till a couple months later. And then she learned about it. Oh, wow. Yeah. And I do remember that. Sorry, guys, for that weird noise. Let me see here, because I know I just saw the screenshot today for that. So just bear with me here, because I know it's somewhere in here. But I think that person came forward on Pascal's show and said something about... Okay, here it is. So this was a comment on Pascal's. It said, Beth Ann Legg, I seen CP and KP in Oregon middle of March at the Ford's Pond with another couple. I talked to the couple that was with them. I asked where the couple said Seattle, Washington, and CP and KP was from Tennessee. And this is the post. And then there's Pascal. And this one is Sutherland Police Department's post. Ashley, for your calm and professional demeanor. Okay, that's something different, I believe. Oh no, that must be all the same. At least, let's see. After seeing the Crime Time Buzz video of someone following up with a FOIA about Ford's Pond in Oregon, I remembered I saved the Pascal comment about seeing the Proudfoots in Oregon in March. The OP thinks she saw them. I don't know, but she saw something, so said something. Let's continue to be vigilant and pass out flyers. And here's the whole entire post right here. So that's really curious. That's really curious. Let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you for sending that, guys, to Second generation construction, Gallatin, Tennessee. Let's see. Okay, that's interesting. We can talk about that tomorrow because that's very interesting. Thank you guys for sending that. Okay. I mean, there's just so many twists and turns in this case. It's just unbelievable. But yes, I do remember them talking about Oregon. Okay, so James says, yes, she did and reported it to Oregon LE, and they reported it to Tennessee LE, and it was proven fact on filed paper. Had sheriff's name on the paperwork. Yes, and that was the lady. Let me go back to that really quick because I know it's kind of hard to see, and I can even pull it up, upload it in tomorrow. We could look at it. Where did I have it now? Okay, my photos. Yeah, it was from Troy A. Mills, chief of police. And it looks like this lady was the officer. Officer Ashley Higgins. Right here. So really interesting stuff because, that's another reason I was saying, they're the only ones that cross state lines. When the FBI was involved, and usually the FBI gets involved when there's, when it crosses state lines or if there's a federal offense, of course. But, and James says, and with not searching that pond there in Oregon where all four was sitting, and it was around the same time as the Bowersox returned from Alaska. Boy, oh my goodness. Yeah, I agree, James, absolutely. We are leaving rocks unturned, in my opinion, especially if we're not going to continue to search every lead down, until it's over with, until we know that it's absolutely nothing. And I think that's so important to keep our eyes on there. So, yeah, Sharon, that's interesting. See, and I didn't know whether to believe it or not until I saw that post that there was actually, that they actually reported it and everything, because it is so hard to really know, or get a good idea on it too. So, oh, thank you, Machete. Yeah, guys, don't, don't, don't use the whole names, just like CP or I don't even mind if you guys say Edgar or KK because I know exactly who you're talking about. So, and Butter Biscuit says, funny how dogs lost scent and found odd footprints that couldn't be explained in both Summer and Sebastian's cases. I think that's a great point, Butter Biscuit, and I don't understand why. I don't get it. It's like what is going on there that you don't look at every single possible lead. And then I got an email from, hey Jude. Okay, so Laurel Park Communities, Phillips Builders, a family tradition. Okay, and this is the one. And see, these look more like the ones that they would sell. Like the ones that Danny builds are more high-end homes, in my opinion. Yeah, see Beach Elementary, SW Hunter Middle School, and then Beach High School. And they even build out in Clarksville, the Phillips Builders. Yeah, and these are more like, like these cute little, I mean, they're cute, they're super cute. But then if we look at what Mr. Guy builds, like, wowza, you know what I mean? It's totally different. It's he builds like little mini mansions. And I mean, just gorgeous, stunning home. Like the other one's super cute. I'm not saying that, but I mean, those ones are more of a luxury, I guess we can call them luxury homes. Now this one looks a little bit more, I mean, this is a 4-bedroom, 3-bath. And so that one's a little bit more modest than the last one we saw. And I appreciate you guys sending me these because I haven't really looked into them. I love looking at houses. There's a bathroom. Nice bathroom. But yeah, so a little bit, you can kind of tell the difference in construction. Yes, thank you, Lisa. And hey, Elizabeth Smith, good to see you. What about the lady seeing someone who looked like Sebastian? There were a few sightings, you know what I mean? Let's see, the Speedway was the first big one, I believe. I don't remember if they said in Oregon if they saw Sebastian with the group. I think it was just the two couples, if I'm not mistaken. And Detroit Rock City says, or when he said that the retention pond was only knee deep. How did he know that for a fact unless he was in the pond himself, in my opinion? Yeah, I'm wondering if he knew that like for a fact himself, or if he was like watching to see what they were doing. Because, a lot of times when people are involved in crimes and stuff, they try to stick kind of in the middle of things and try to see what's going on. They want to know the details because they want to kind of stay up on top of things. A lot of times they'll watch the news or grab a newspaper and see what's going on. So that's a great point. That is a great point. And Elizabeth says, look like Sebastian just days after at a service station. Yeah, at the Speedway, I think it was the Speedway. And Lori says exactly Detroit. Yeah. And James Coover says, picked up by a car and heard it had stopped in front of the house behind KP's house and then continued down around the corner and parked. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. And see, that's the thing. I know they have to have more footage. It's kind of odd that this gentleman is saying that he had 6 cameras and none of them picked up Sebastian. So I find that to be, odd, if anything. And Sharon says, in my opinion, Edgar says in an interview he went to a retention pond, in my opinion. Yeah, he did. And he did say it was only knee deep, and that's kind of an odd statement too, because everybody's knees are in different places, right? We're all different heights. So for him to say it's only knee deep to him, then we were trying to figure out how tall he was for it to be knee deep for him. But then also one thing to consider about those retention ponds too, is they get like really like muddy to where they're like kind of quicksand, because they're just so muddy and yucky. And so I can't see him trudging through that, but I know that he was kind of involved in some stuff, in terms of being carted around and that sort of thing. Aw. Oh no, Jenny. That's cute though. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, so Elizabeth says the gas station in Tennessee less than 100 miles away. So yeah. And I remember, didn't JLR go down there to the Speedway? I thought he did anyway. Hey, Della. Della says they ended up searching the area of Ford's Pond. The reporting party said local LE took it very seriously, and the medical examiner even came out when some bones were found, determined not to be related. I do remember that, Della. Thank you for that information too, because that helps a lot, kind of figuring it all out. Because I know that Oregon thing was kind of, curious, and then we really didn't hear a whole lot about it after it happened. And then and when people come forward too, it's another thing too where you got to wonder why are they coming forward and things like that, And Sharon says, in my opinion, what about the BP gas station where Katie was at and another pulls up beside a man goes to Katie's window, in my opinion. Oh, I hadn't heard about that. I hadn't heard about that one, Sharon. That's interesting. And Butter Biscuit says, Chris says the cameras in the neighborhood picks up neighborhood cat, but none picked up Sebastian. I thought that was so weird too. How could they pick up a cat but not pick up Sebastian? And then, of course, again, going back to the photo, you know, it doesn't look like an animal in that photo. It looks like people in the photo. And so it's just weird that it's just totally weird. It's totally weird. Hey, Tori, good to see you. Tori says, hey, Jude, I bet my hubby hauled concrete to your brother before. He drove 39 years for a concrete company in Gallatin. Oh, wow, Tori, that's cool. That's cool. Aw. Aw, thank you, Elizabeth. That's sweet of you. Della says, correct, Beth Ann. Beth Ann did not report seeing Sebastian, only 2 couples at Ford's Pond. That's what I was thinking, too. Okay, thank you, Della, because I was like, I hope I didn't miss that little piece. Because if they said they saw him there, oh, boy. Aw. And Sharon says it's on New Shackle Island Road where the BP was at, in my opinion. Oh, okay. Now I think you're jogging my memory on that one. Because there's Old Shackle Island Road, or maybe it's just Shackle Island Road, but then there's a New Shackle Island Road. Because I know they were going over that on Duchess when some of her viewers were curious about it. And asking like how they could help because some of them were local, that sort of thing. James says another place needs searched, as I said before, is where the grandparents caught flight in Washington for Alaska. How much luggage they had when they left and what was missing when returned. I agree with that, James. I do. I think that needed to be more thoroughly checked, especially because that is what spurned Chris Proudfoot to join Web Sleuths, to just hop up on panel and, you know, demand to be up there, was because Chloe P.I. was talking about the Alaska trip and also talking about, you know, the Bower Sox and them going there and how they got there. That's when he jumped on panel. So that kind of makes me curious, especially when we saw him do it on other channels. When people start talking about things he doesn't like, that's when he kind of pops into panel. Hey, Castle, good to see you. Thank you for the green hearts. Thank you so much. And I agree, James. That is another curious thing, is Alaska. Because I heard a lot of different speculation on that. Chris was like really upset, talking about when he did get up on Web Sleuths, talking about how it wasn't that they don't own a cemetery, they don't have a funeral home, blah, 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 like all of these things. But he really didn't give any information other than the fact that Terry does go up for work and that he had been on work trips before, and that, you know, Mrs. Bowersox does accompany him on these trips from time to time. Maybe not always, but, you know, from time to time they do. And James says, because I remember another podcaster had showed pictures that was looking into the garage of CPs that a huge suitcase was seen. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You know, and that's the thing too. A lot of these people, like poor little Gannon Stout, they had taken him in a suitcase. Harmony Montgomery, duffel bag. I mean, I guess it's kind of the same difference, you know. And Star says the only reason I can see for stashing Sebastian somewhere with other family or friends would be to spite Seth. Yeah, same here. That would be the only logical explanation. Kind of like if I can't have him, no one will, or something like that, or, you know, I'll show you kind of a thing, because I don't think that Katie was on board with it. I just don't. There was talk of that, particularly Chris Proudfoot did say something like he and Seth were trying to get Katie on board with it, that she wasn't. I just find it really you know, curious too that we keep hearing all of these things about Chris, but we don't really hear anything about Katie being, you know, anti-Sebastian, if you will. We hear a lot about we hear a lot about CP being anti-Sebastian, but not Katie. And so I do want to kind of point that out and just kind of remind. But, you know, it's just one of those things that It's just hard to speculate. I go back and forth. Like I said, I do. Either way, at the end of the day, she was allowing Sebastian to be in this mess. She was allowing him to be mistreated by Mr. Foote. In my opinion, his family was doing it too. We saw that that little face he's making up there all the way to the right. That was when Melissa was teasing him, and he's telling her, Aunt Melissa, stop. You know, so. Elizabeth says, if any proof Sebastian crossed state lines in any way, FBI would have to step in, I think, in my opinion. Absolutely, Elizabeth, I agree, because that is why they would, other than like a known federal offense that occurred, that's when they would be able to just kind of step in and gain jurisdiction based on the crossing of state lines. So I do believe, and who crossed state lines, that was one thing when they did get involved. I thought, oh, okay, we do know that Seth went to North Carolina to see if that was in fact Sebastian in the sighting on Grandfather Mountain, but it turned out not to be. So yeah, yes, Butter Biscuit. Yes, Web Sleuth is where Chris wanted to know about the price of eggs in China, and apparently it's $2.20. Well, it was back then when Brooks did her research. So hurry back, Lori, hurry back. And I thought that was funny that she put that in there. And James says, and he had time to clean his camper. That took him 17 hours to get it. And he also said he had to clean his mom's camper as well. And that's always been another point of interest for me because of that 17 hours. Anybody who kind of is familiar with campers and fifth wheels, I have never had a fifth wheel before, but I've had an RV and then a travel trailer, and they're very easy. It takes literally no time to pull in the slide outs, as long as you're not living in a mess or anything like that. If you're living in a mess, it's going to take you longer. Obviously, you're going to have to move things. But the way that they seem to have lived a very neat and tidy, organized kind of lifestyle, and then also with them being both Navy, it wouldn't take no time to pull the sliders and get home as fast as you can. I can't imagine my husband or, significant other, whatever, if I was in Katie's position, taking his sweet ass time, doing this and staying for 17 hours when I'm sitting home wondering where my kiddo is, right? It just doesn't make any sense. And I agree. It's very strange, James. And then also when they bring in mom's camper, right? It's just, it leaves a lot to speculate. It just does, you know. And Mini Panther says Ellie needs to demand to see that suitcase, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be something. And the fact of the matter is that if they didn't have to go through any type of um, airline regulated security check or anything like that, that has always worried me too, because that means they could have taken anything and they could have left anything and nothing was documented. So that's definitely curious. Yeah, Hey Jude says, James, I feel they had eyes on him. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And Sharon says, in my opinion, Life 360 pings off cell towers tells you if you're on foot or in a car, or how fast they go in a car and what street you're on, in my opinion. Yeah, Life 360 is very accurate too. I agree. It can tell you like exactly where you're at. Like you said, if you're standing outside or something like that, because there would be times where I would be standing outside talking to my neighbor, and that's where it would show me. It would show me like kind of more a little bit towards like the corner of the road. But if we were like both downstairs talking, and the kids were like riding their bikes around, it would show us like outside. So I see what you're saying, Sharon. That makes sense. And Butter Biscuit says, I don't even believe Sebastian took a flashlight. I believe they said that if lights were seen covering tracks. I agree with that too. Because in either way, the type of flashlight, like the little keychain kind that he would take, it wouldn't give him enough light to really get him anywhere. It's just kind of like a little novelty, kind of a marketing tool kind of thing where, you put your logo on there, your business name. and then you hand them out, kind of as a freebie. And then, hoping that other people will see that and call you, for your services. If you're an insurance agent or real estate agent, that's where I've seen the mostly mortgage companies like to give swag like that out. So, and Tori Banks says, "Hey Jude, I remember hearing at the very beginning that Edgar called someone about a construction worker near the school. Do you remember hearing anything about that?" Oh, yeah. The beginning called construction. I don't remember hearing anything about that, but maybe Hey Jude does. 200-page books. I have filled 7. Oh my goodness, Sharon. Oh my goodness. Ugh. It's just so much information. It's so much information. I have a whole Trapper Keeper, but then I changed over to another spiral notebook, just to kind of write notes for the night and everything on. But, and Star says, "Sharon, are your notes written out by hand? Can they be typed on a computer?" My son says there are apps that can scan. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, and then put it into the put written into text. That's what I need, Star, because I'm a writer. You guys see me with my pen all the time. Old habits die hard. They really do. They really do, because I write everything down, even though I know I could like voice to text it. I was doing that for a while and putting it in my notes and stuff, and then one day, like, all of my notes that I was like dictating into it, it like erased on me, and so I was like, I'm going back to the old way of doing things. I got all mad and everything. I was like, but James says, "Man, I love you, lady. Freedom besides silver's on the scene. You hear me and what I have to say." Oh, well, thanks, James. You have good things to say. I appreciate everything you're saying. And he says, "In my opinion, it's very important to point out to what is crystal clear." Yeah, as CP would say, "Except mine is clear." Exactly. Every time he says that, I just cringe, because I'm like, I know he's about to say something that's going to confuse all of us, but he thinks it's crystal clear. He really, I think he does believe that, I think he believes it's crystal clear. He just doesn't realize that he's not communicating it properly to all of us, because we're all just sitting there like, what the heck did he say? What's going on? Elizabeth Smith says, "I want LE to knock on the door of the boys' home Edgar and KK told Seth about, that he found out terrible things happened to children through the years." Oh, yeah. There's quite a few of those people around in that area. Surprisingly, because of course I have an unconscious bias, when I see a neighborhood like that, in a way, because I'll think, oh, well, there's no way there's people like that living around there, because it's such a nice area. But then, they're everywhere, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they're everywhere. Oh, that's a good idea. Hey, Jude. Yeah, screenshots. And my handwriting is so bad, Sharon. Hopefully your handwriting is really good, because mine is so bad that I have to look at it like, did I write that, chicken scratch? What the heck is that? And Limelight Girl says, exactly, she never spoke up for him at any point. Yeah, that's what gets me. So then I'm like, Katie's diabolical too, and that's what I think in my head. And then I think, oh gosh, well, what if she's scared? But at the end of the day, it's still not fair. Poor Sebastian. I mean, he looks so aggravated in that picture up there, but and Limelight Girl says, so why stop when they get absolutely no resistance, defending, shielding of her son? She quietly sat by and watched it all happen, complacently. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. And then, just bringing him in the house, my neighbors would have heard me saying some shit back to him. They would. They'd be like, yeah, and she was yelling back at him and stuff. I understand that's probably not the best way to handle it either, but I would have been like, don't you talk to my son that way? Like, how many times do I have to tell you, stop talking to him like that? And that's the difference, I think, too. Because I would like to have heard someone say that, and then Katie went out there and told, Sebastian, come on, babe, let's go in the house, and, don't talk to him like that anymore. At least try. But we don't hear that, we just hear Katie just complacently, like you said, going out there, getting Sebastian away from it. Yes, but not until he's drugged through the mud and said, awful things about, come get the blah, 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 it's just not fair. It's not right to him to have to ever hear that. She should have protected him better. I agree 100%. And C. Taylor says, as we're seeing in Tennessee versus Megan Boswell trial going on, TBI, etc., we're doing lots that the public was not aware of at all. Evelyn Boswell was unalived in late 2021. In my opinion, her mother will be convicted. I think so too, C. Taylor. And I'm so glad that they have so much. I have to catch up on that trial, and I would love to talk about it, because I think it's important, like you said, we don't know what they're doing. They found exactly where she was. It just took them a little while. And then two, Megan was a little bit convincing, but then if you watch the interviews back, you can kind of tell, because she was crying, but then she was also laughing, and she was also acting very strange. We see this even in like the Susan Smith case. And so I think it's interesting and important to go back and look at those behaviors and compare them, because it's just, we're all human, right? We have human nature. We have similar patterns of behavior, and I think it's really important to explore those. So and I'm glad that baby Boswell, Evelyn, will get her justice that she so well deserves. Hey Donna, good to see you. She deserves it. She deserves it. And James says, I don't know about having eyes on him in the very beginning. With the story, they told that he ran away and CP was allegedly at work, which he did not even tell his work that his son was missing. I cannot believe that either. I can't believe he didn't tell them. Like, that would be the first thing out of my mouth. Like, I need to get out of here. My kid's missing. I wouldn't say my stepkid. I wouldn't say, I probably wouldn't even say their name. I would just say my kid is missing. Like, I need to go find my kid. And that's something that we haven't seen with them at all, And Limelight Girl says she would even laugh at him right along with them. Absolutely disgusting and shameful. Yes, she did. They thought it was funny, the sling blade crap that he pulled. They thought that was like the funniest thing that they've ever, seen, in my opinion. The way that they were acting, you would have thought who was like, that guy, that ventriloquist that has all the different little dolls that he uses, and has all the different voices that he uses. They were like heavily praising him, and the whole time, he's making fun of somebody who has special needs. So just think of how they treated Sebastian. I just can't imagine. I agree with you, Limelight Girl. I really do. It's totally awful. Totally awful. Hey, Flowery, good to see you. Flowery says those flashlight keychains were originally just meant to shine a spot of light on the keyhole that you could see and unlock the door, not for light to walk in the dark. You're so right. Yeah. And I think that's why the mortgage companies were giving them out to the realtors, at open houses, because that's where I had mine. I wish I could find it. And it was just like a little teeny tiny one, but it was enough light that if you had it on your keychain, you could like find the lockbox. So, but then of course they moved over to the digital lockboxes too. So use your iPhone for those. And there's, the iPhone flashlights are super bright. But you're right, Flowery, that's exactly what they're meant for, is to basically just illuminate like a small area, or say it's really, really dark and you can't find your keys in your purse, so you shine it down in there. It'd be bright enough to kind of give you enough light to see what's in your purse. Like if you carry a big old honking purse like I do, you got to go digging for stuff in there. But yeah, no, that's a great point. And Sharon says, in my opinion, just found a note, BP service station SUV was near the Texas Roadhouse, in my opinion. Okay. So it was the BP service stations and SUV near the Texas Roadhouse. Wow. Okay. BP. Okay. I remember that too, that I think JLR was down over there too. He was really following the story, very closely. And Star says, very true. It would be challenging to walk far in the dark safely with one of those. It's just so tiny, not a lot of light at all. And James says they did not find out till following day, and they had to get him a replacement that morning. because of some safety issues. And wasn't he being hateful too on the job? Like he was, like people were sick of his crap. I think I remember hearing that too. Because of some safety issues, whether he was falling asleep or going against OSHA rules. Oh yeah, that's a big no-no. Being on his phone. Well, and that's the thing too. He's always, 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 always on that phone. And so many crane operators and people in construction were like, we would never be able to get away with that. Like that would never, yeah, fly, or you would get in trouble. It's unsafe. Like you said, OSHA is a big one. If OSHA comes and sees that stuff, they're gonna have a fit. Let me go ahead and we're gonna play this next one. Number 7 we got.
Well, I mean, I can see what my neighbors, are doing around our neighborhood. So, I couldn't tell you if anything was unusual, let's say if somebody around here went missing. But did you notice anything unusual that weekend? Was there like a lot more activity in their home or what? Because obviously something went down because Sebastian's missing.
Yeah, oh no, yeah, that's for sure. And then to think that there's no scent. Now,
well, that's because Chris said the dogs aren't credible and they're dishonest.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You have a canine is going to pick up a scent, and it's just kind of well established.
Mm-hmm.
But now that weekend, and this is what the whole thing is with a whole bunch of neighbors. We never really okay. Now if we watch each other's houses, like if we're watching, and like if we see something strange, but there isn't one that have said that they saw something strange.
And this is important because they didn't really see anything strange except that Chris Proudfeet wasn't home that weekend. Because before, he would cut out of work early, come home sometime on Thursday, and then leave Sunday evening or early Monday morning. But the weekend Sebastian goes missing, and we already know that he said either he goes or I go.
Yeah.
He told Katie Proudfeet that this marriage isn't going to work out. Something about Sebastian rubs Chrissy Poo the wrong way.
Sure does.
And all of it just makes me sick.
Me too. I have to say too, when you were talking to him, you got a lot of information out of him. But whenever I talked to him as well, he was very forthcoming. Like every question I had, there was no hesitation. He's really seemed to be he wanted the truth to be known. You know what I mean? That was the take that I got from him. So I really do believe, and like he said, he's a retired fighter pilot. This is a legit person. You know what I mean? This isn't just some random that we get sometimes on the internet that wants to insert themselves into something. You know what I mean?
No, and I've seen a couple of comments in here saying this is just neighborhood gossip. Listen, I understand neighborhood gossip, and I understand when the FBI and different agencies give you a card and say, we are going to need all of your camera footage, that is a little more than shooting the shit over the fence, period.
Yes.
And, you know, a couple of the attitudes that I'm seeing in here, that is the reason people do not speak out and they don't do what they should do.
Right. That's true.
And
we should be thankful. I feel like I feel like you got a lot of information yesterday that we've had a lot of questions about. And to me, it was a very good interview that you did with him. And, you know, and like I said, he was willing to answer my questions as well, like very forthcoming. I don't have any, I'm respectful of him.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, it's no secret. He's not a fan of Chris Proudfoot. I don't think that he's going to go out on a limb and just make stuff up about him. I just don't.
No. I don't think so at all. That's not what I got from that at all. I think he really wants people to know how Sebastian was being treated and what was going on because he saw stuff that was wrong.
Yeah, and see, this is where Brooks is talking about how people's attitudes does change the way that people will or will not come out and speak out because they're afraid to get, you know, flack from it. And I just wanted to say hi to Sandy, Jocelyn, and Tammy Carr. Tammy, I hope you feel better. I know migraines could be beastly things. So Chris is 5'9". There's no way he wears a size 14. He looked like the clown he is. Another thing that really stuck out to me is that Chloe said that this gentleman sounded very forthcoming, like he wanted the truth to come out. They're talking about how Chris was saying things like, this marriage will never work. That's not the first time I've heard that either. And it is sickening because if you think about why this might have happened, if it did happen the way that many of us think it did, then that pressure was on Katie to choose between Sebastian, her son, and her husband, Chris. Now, the dog sense, we come back to that, which, I mean, Chris was saying that the dogs are only a certain, 25% credible or something like that. I don't remember his exact terminology or words when he said that. I would like to kind of revisit that a little bit later. But I know that he was saying things like they didn't catch anything. Then they told Nancy Grace that they did catch something. So there was just a whole lot of confusion, and that wasn't the only thing that was confusing, in my opinion, and just, within the whole case. But he said that none of the neighbors saw anything strange that night. But then again, Brooks brings up a really interesting and good point, in my opinion. She says, well, isn't it strange, though, if he did come home every other weekend, that weekend he didn't come home? And I agree with her. I agree, because if he was cutting out early Thursday and then leaving Sunday or Monday night, then that would, of course, put him just smack dab at the poker party that was going on Friday night. And then that would also explain why he was saying, if Sebastian went out went out his front window, his bedroom window, he would have stepped on bushes and we would have heard him scream. Everybody would have woke up, things like that, which leads me to believe that they weren't the only ones in the house that night. Speaking about Sebastian and Katie, it's just, one of those things that it's just hard to believe. And see Taylor, Chrissy Poo. And Joseph Rapp, good to see you. We do not know what their conversations were, CPKP, about Sebastian. That is so true. We have no idea what they were. And then also, it's just all hearsay, so it's just like the neighbor saying that we heard something to this effect. Maybe another neighbor saying, well, whenever they were outside, we heard this, we heard arguing, that sort of thing. No, it is Chloe, Jade, Sandy, and Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies, because they interviewed a neighbor, alleged neighbor, of the Proud Feet. And it just, and it could be neighborhood gossip that's true, like Machete said. We all kind of talk about things when something strange happens. You might come out and say to your neighbor, hey, Jane, did you hear what's going on in the neighborhood? And Jane might say, yeah, I heard this. And you said, well, I heard this. And it might match up, it might not. It is gossip. And it could be speculation, rumors, but sometimes rumors do ring true and they are true. And that's how they become, rumors in the first place, because people are trying to kind of spread the truth around and let people know, kind of hearing it through the grapevine, so to speak. But I think it's important to understand that, it is hearsay and we don't actually know what was said. But it does sound like something Chris would say if he did say something, and it's not the first time that we hear this. But, again, like Brooke said, it's more than shooting the shit across the fence when the police are knocking on your door and saying, hey, you need to turn over your camera footage or we're going to come back with a warrant, that sort of thing. I don't know that they were that forceful or aggressive, but in this instance, they were really trying to get their hands on, what happened that night, to get a good direction on how to, which way to search, and that sort of thing. So, and Sharon says, I believe if we all we email all the companies around the area, excuse me, with the flyers is a good way to get it out and out of schools. Sharon, that's a good idea. I mean, just to get more awareness out there. It would be fun. It would be really strange to me, not funny, but strange to me if they didn't, if all the neighbors didn't really know. But then again, they were trying to make it that way to where people weren't, aware of what's going on. But it would be hard to miss, um, you know, especially with all the activity in the area and all of that kind of stuff. And Elizabeth says, it seems CP goes into marriage knowing he's looking for the next, in my opinion, like Elizabeth Taylor said to her husbands each time, I won't keep you long. Yeah. And I mean, it's just like, I agree with that. I agree. I think that Chris, any type of conflict, it seems like he's ready to just kind of scoot on out. And we, many of us know relationships don't work like that. Even if you're not married, even if you're just cohabitating or living in the same house with somebody, it's not that easy just to be like, okay, I'm out of here. You kind of get intertwined with the other person. But then also when you have children in the mix, it's just more to consider. You don't want to, like in this situation, stay just because of the kids, because you're not helping the kids, you're hurting the kids. Sebastian wasn't having a good time of it. That's very plain for me to see, and I'm sure you all can see that too. And then I don't know what it could have been like when little Faith was around. So it's just one of those things where, if it's a toxic environment, it's best to just part ways. But there's a lot that goes into it. So Detroit Rock City says, my purse is like a vortex. It takes forever to find anything in there. It's like a black hole. I know, same. I'm like, oh my gosh. So yeah, I could definitely use one of those little flashlights to be handy. Oh my goodness. And Sharon says, in my opinion, on the phone pretty much most of the time. Yeah, and that's the thing too, that Katie did mention that they stay on the phone a lot. Like when Chris is gone, she'll be talking to him on the phone and vice versa. They'll just conversate, eat dinner like while they're on the phone together and that sort of thing. And so that's one thing to think about. Purses are evil, a necessary evil star. I know. And I always, the bigger the purse, the more I put in there. Insurance says pretty much most of the time on the phone, asked for relief, got in my truck and went to Nashville. Why did he go to Nashville first? I know. Isn't that weird? I remember that too. Sharon, I'm glad you mentioned it. It is odd to me, like that he didn't just straight go home. Like the first thing I would want to do is get home as fast as I could, so I could hug my wife. I don't have a wife, but if I did, say it was my husband's kids for this purpose, because I'm a woman and I would have a husband. So, but hug my husband and be there for him and be like, "Where's our child?" Right? At that point, and that's the thing when tragedy strikes, or when things go crazy like this in the situation where your child's missing. There's no titles anymore. It's like you don't give a shit, you just want to find your kid, and you want to make sure that your spouse is going to be okay, because if they're not okay, you're not okay. But when you're dealing with somebody who doesn't care about other people's feelings, like Chris Proudfoot, it's not far-fetched to think that he didn't go straight home. But it is curious to wonder why he wouldn't, because obviously that would be a time where Katie would need him, to hold her hand, to hug her shoulder, whatever it is. But instead, we see this very strange stroking of Chris's ego, even in the Only Hands interview. They thought they were skating by us by not allowing us to see their facial features, but their hands is what we saw, and all you see is them, holding their hands together, and then Katie is like doing this on Chris the entire time. Like she never stops rubbing his arm. And you would think in this situation, that would be reversed, right? You would think that Chris would be the one that is, petting Katie, and it's okay, it's all right. I'm here for you. I love you. We're going to find him. We don't see that, though, unfortunately. We just see Katie stroking Chris's ego, in my opinion. That's what it looked like. And, consoling him, calming him down, when in reality, she is the one that probably needed the extra love, if, for lack of a better way to say it. And Joseph says, necessary to stop speaking as though we are privy to their conversations. We are not there. Yeah. And, and that's another thing. And I don't know if you came in a little bit later, Joseph, too. It's just one of those things where in this particular interview that we're listening to, it is a pre-recorded interview with one of the alleged neighbors. So all of it is hearsay and speculation. All of the things that we're talking about tonight are going to be under that umbrella because, well, one, it's hearsay, so we're listening to it again from somebody else saying it. Some of the things that they're even saying is coming from, a third, fourth kind of party situation. So it is important to remember that. So thank you. And Sandy says, yes, it can be shut off. Yeah, CP equals confusion plus. I know, and that's the thing. It is so confusing. It's hard to not it's hard to believe, and then it's hard not to believe some of it because of how confusing he can really get. Um, a fatal paper cut. Good to see you. I love your name. That's awesome. Look out for autocorrect, Vic. He says. Star. C. Taylor. CP. Clearly pervy. And Detroit Rock City says, my kids always laugh because of all of the strange things I would pull out. Yeah, really, especially when they're handing you stuff. Here, can you put this in your purse? Can you put this in there? Can you put this in there? And then you got their stuff, and then, the husband's stuff. Can you put my wallet in there? That sort of thing. And then it just weighs you down. You're like, I can't carry any more of anybody's stuff. And Vic says, my friend's new girlfriend's name was Evie, and my phone every time spelled evil. Oh no, what the hell? Oh no. I like that name Evie though, that's cute. Yeah, see, in my opinion, Melissa's searching since 6:30 a.m. Yeah, I remember that too. And I spoke about that before too. Melissa kind of really put a wrench in the timeline in terms of what she was supposed to be saying and what was really actually said, or what was actually happening and done. Yes, Sandy, crime lines and lies. Yes. And the courts will not accept hearsay either, Joseph. You're absolutely right. If somebody takes the stand and they're testifying, people who are giving out hearsay information, it will be objected to by the defense or the prosecution, depending on whoever's witness it is, and they'll strike it because it's not admissible in court. So that's another great point. Star. I remember my grandma's putting restaurant items in their purses. Oh yeah, like taking sugars and stuff. Oh my god. Oh no. Lori. Sandy, can you believe it? It's so funny. Yeah. Oh no. Oh my gosh. And Cammie, good to see you, Cammie. So where is the autistic kiddo? Ah, gosh, I don't know. I wish we knew, and I'm really hoping that he's found soon. All right, guys, let's go ahead and we will watch this next clip. Hey, Ginger Girl's mom, good to see you. Chillaxing in the bushes, nice to see you. I'm glad you're here. All right, here, let's go off and watch this next one. We're on 8.
The question is, why did Katie Proudfeet not do anything about what was going on? And yes, people did reach out to Child Protective Services. They did. And that's when they were asked again, have you seen anything else? What do you know about the mattress? Yeah. So it's not like no one in the neighborhood didn't do anything. Hell, they want them to pack up, sell the house, and get out of their face is what they want to do.
Right.
They want on. I mean, all you can do is reach out. Unless you're someone of authority, there's really not much you can do.
And it's on one of them. I mean, it was like a regular night. And now I do want to say this, because I seen it on one other, I seen it on, I'm not sure if actually you were talking about it, but you know where they're talking about the actual flashlight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now in actually their backyard, which you can see from if you're on Honeysuckle, they had solar flares, which is the ones that like what you buy in Walmart. And like just it's what you put in the ground. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know how many of them, but it actually was a circle. Now, can somebody be saying that the solar flare actually was a flashlight? I don't know.
Now that's interesting. And also you said you have cameras around your house. Why did they not have any cameras? She used to work for Brinks, if she doesn't still work for them.
No. They just put actually cameras in 3 weeks ago. They just there were 3 Brinks trucks. I actually know it's actually one of the guys because it's one of the same guys who actually worked on
Okay, so what he was explaining before I started recording is everyone's house, when you buy a house in that neighborhood, there are motion detector lights. Like when you walk into someone's driveway, backyard, whatever, and it's dark, they'll come on. He calls them solar flares. They're solar lights. And, you know, I'm really sorry that some people, and I knew this was going to happen, are going to scream and yell saying, why didn't this person do more? Why didn't this person do more? You can only make so many phone calls. Could you imagine if you're outside washing your car and you spray your kid with the water hose or the pressure washer, and they're like, oh, I was just having fun. Now, pressure washers, in my opinion, hurt.
So you ever see those awesome, satisfying videos where you see the most disgusting, grimy surfaces and a pressure washer comes in and just cleans it up in seconds? Well, you want to prep the space by removing anything that could be potentially in the way, like plants, chairs, tables. You also want to sweep the area to remove any rocks and dirt. If you have any pets or kids, make sure you get them out of the way before you start pressure washing. It's not worth any potential accidents happening. Now let's quickly talk about nozzles. When choosing a nozzle, remember a low angle nozzle will have a higher pressure but less spray area, and a high angle will have a low pressure but a bigger spray area. Many pressure washers now have the ability to spray detergent, and my number one tip is remember these things are very, very powerful.
But without any injuries, what do you expect them to do? And he also explains the HOA and how Chris had issues with it. It's disturbing.
Chris has issues with rules and following rules, in my opinion. So that's not shocking at all about the HOA.
No. And I couldn't imagine spraying a human being with a pressure washer.
No. That's just that's awful.
Okay, guys, and then we'll just watch this next clip as well. Give me one
And,
moment.
we have heard many times, people saying that Sebastian has sensory issues.
Mm-hmm.
Then why spray him with a pressure washer?
Exactly. Because he knew it was going to make him have a meltdown, and that's what he wanted.
Mm-hmm. And he said, Katie comes out and brings him in. And for those of you that didn't hear the beginning of the show, the whole pressure washer is to clean off the RV, the fifth wheel. He liked being mean. He liked being mean.
Yes,
that's the reason they won't invite him to any neighborhood picnic or anything.
One of my outside cameras. Now, I just recognized him and I just waved and he waved, but we never had a talk. But from what I understand, they just put 3 cameras in.
Okay.
And what the word is it was for their safety.
Nobody's bothering them.
And I said the same thing when they made a big thing about certain people that were searching, and I seen the guy drive up and down the road.
Okay.
It actually didn't bother me any. I mean, if you have people out there searching,
I think when he's talking about the guy going up and down the road, I think he's about JLR when he went to the neighborhood. And we'll talk about that because I'm just like, look, nobody should have been. I'm like, nobody's bothering them. Right. No one. And I mean, I know a lot of people are fixated on the pressure washer. Hell, I thought I was so smart one day because I was using our pressure washer to clean off the windows in the front. And here my feet are kind of nasty, dirty, as you saw on my Facebook page the other day. And I was like, well, I'll just spray him off. Damn, I thought I was going to break a toe.
Why are you going to stop them?
Now, you do have to watch some crazies that are going to come into your neighborhood because, I mean, you guys have every right to live in peace. And that goes for Chris and Katie as well.
Yeah.
You know, law enforcement, they're doing the investigation. Nobody needs to be coming into your nice neighborhood.
No, and it's all of these people actually talking about, I mean, the whole other part is where they come in and they talk about, well, I mean, they're millionaires and this and that. I mean, just because we have what we have is because we worked for it, but we're not actually millionaires. I mean, just because our house is worth $700,000, I mean, $700,000 and if you go to Brentwood or you go to Franklin, Tennessee, you can't buy a shack. So,
well, and here's the whole thing. Like you said, you work for it. You know, you're paying for it. It's not their business. I don't know what's going on with this society that the minute they see something nice, they get super jealous and they're like, well, they've got money. Who the hell's got money just laying around? Like, oh, I've got extra money. I've got extra money. It's because people work for what they have.
Exactly.
And that goes for Chris and Katie too. The one thing about Chris and Katie I don't get, I just do not understand, is the different stories, the fact that she called him instead of calling Seth, instead of calling 911. Now, it has been said that she was never outside in the neighborhood looking for Sebastian. Do you know if she was or not?
Okay, so some really good points that were brought up there. And then also, I just wanted to show you all something really quick, too. This is from when Dolly went out to the neighborhood when Sebastian first went missing. There are no floodlights up in this corner right here. You can see them right there. There's supposed to be floodlights here. But then when he went back after, there were floodlights that were put in. The bulbs were changed, and you can clearly see them. Right here. And had those bulbs been in, I think that they would have illuminated enough for people to see. Actually, that's probably a better picture. Right there. But as you can see before, there's just kind of the part where you screw them in. So just something to think about, because as this neighbor has stated that Chris and Katie did put cameras in after the fact. And of course, we all know that Katie worked for Brink. So why didn't they have any cameras? That's very curious to me. They talk about the flashlight in the backyard, and then the neighbor brings up honeysuckle again. So this is the second time this neighbor has brought up honeysuckle, talking about that possibly there's solar lights. He says solar flares, but he's talking about like the solar lights that are motion censored that kind of kick on. And according to what he's saying, that the neighborhood is kind of equipped with these, and that it's part of kind of their HOA, part of that homeowners association. That's what the HOA stands for. That people have a well-lit area. I don't know exactly what is in their clause for those who've never dealt with an HOA before, they have really strict rules. So some HOAs would, homeowners associations will have committees and different things, and they will ticket you if your grass is too overgrown, if your trash can doesn't match the other people's trash cans in the neighborhood, or like what you're holding them in. They have certain standards that you must meet to live in the neighborhood. And so they were saying that Chris did not get along with the HOA, or maybe some of the people on the committee, because he does not like to listen to rules, which I find it to be super curious, though, because obviously we know that he had a career in the Navy. Is it just something like, since he has been out of the Navy, that he is sick and tired of listening to the rules, or, what is going on there? It really makes me wonder, because he doesn't seem like he does like to conform, or he doesn't like to do things anybody else's way other than his own. He even said that on Queen Bee the last time he was on with Katie. He's like, oh, I like it my way better, or I like it my way best, or something like that. Something to that effect. But either way, hey, Reveal the Island. Good, excuse me. Revel the Islander, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. And so, it's just curious. And then also, it's just something that it makes you wonder. Thank you, Cammie. It just makes you wonder kind of what is going on there. And Tori says Trey went through the muck and checked the pond, narc divers. I remember that. I remember them checking the pond. And then they found like a hat over there too as well. So it's just all a bit curious, and again, speculation, but it rings true, a lot of it, kind of from what we've heard, what we've talked about in the past. And so a lot of it does make sense. When we're thinking about how Chris has handled himself and what has transpired when he thinks that everybody's looking. So as bad as that is, when he's on, a platform that is worldwide, like YouTube or something like that, it's just it's very odd that he would act in such a manner, and then you wonder how he acts behind closed doors. Sorry. I was trying not to make weird noises with that straw. So, there's that, because it is, I think that is something to consider. If he's willing to act this way in front of everybody, then what does he act like when no one's looking? It's kind of scary if you think about it too long, in my opinion. And so, had a career in the Navy. See, Taylor's, that's so true. So it's like one of those things where, like, maybe as soon as he got out, because I've known some like really like scruffy looking guys that, like, you would never think they were military, because they were like, I'm never going to do that again. I'm never going to keep my my hair cut short, and they'd grow like a really long beard and stuff like that as soon as they got out. So he could have just been in there to get the benefits and then been done with it, and then, never really believed in the whole, deal. Yeah, Vic, that's where I went today for dinner. I did not feel like making dinner tonight. I cheated tonight. Okay, guys, we have a couple of more clips here, and let's just watch this next one.
The only thing that I know, now, I didn't see her it's actually personally, so I cannot say that. But what I can say is it's been rumored by the neighbor Cliff, who lives to the right of them, that she did go out by vehicle, but she was only out for about maybe 10 minutes. And
okay. So we basically have Candace Wells 2.0. She got into her vehicle and drove around for 10 minutes.
Wow. Can you imagine you're missing your child and you just look for 10 minutes? It's crazy.
Yeah, 10 minutes, and then you call fat fuck, size 14, in Memphis. I mean, come on. 10 minutes?
Right.
How long would you search for something you love?
I wouldn't stop.
And like I said, they have cameras around there. They can tell you how long she was gone.
Yeah.
45 minutes. They have all this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to see her surf, I don't think there's anyone that can see that. So
interesting. I mean, you say that, Chris likes to drink, he's over 21. That's one thing. We've heard that Katie sometimes gets a little too tooted. Again, she's over 21. There's been, stories about someone in the neighborhood that she could be having an affair with. Have you heard any of those rumors, or is it just rumors?
I think they're just rumors, but now I just want to make this clear.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not accusing them of anything.
Mm-mm.
And you have Seth, which I've seen him inside the community. I've actually talked to him because he was searching and he asked some actually questions, and my wife was out there. And now, you don't take offense to this, but women, they like to talk. so
I'm one of them, my friend. I've got all day. I know.
So, but I'm not saying they did anything. I'm not accusing them. I'm not throwing them under the bus. I mean, I believe in that you're innocent until you're proven guilty. But right now, there's not even a crime. So,
well, then what are they investigating? Because they're not searching for Sebastian.
That is what, and that's why I think there's a lot more that they're holding to the vest. Now, onto what side? I could not answer that. I mean, or if it's not even a side, and if someone might have lured him out and they took him out. Now, I don't know about that. I mean, but, it's actually possible. I mean,
Okay, guys. So the neighbor talks about how he, at this point, wasn't really sure what happened, right? But he talks about how KP only, in his opinion, drove around for maybe 10 minutes. And then Brooks brings up Candace Wells 2.0 and says that only driving around the neighborhood for 10 minutes isn't really indicative of a mother who's worried about her missing child or just found out that her child is missing, right? And then Sharon, I read your comment. I think that I'm going to put together a little something for tomorrow, and I'm going to definitely look at the email that you sent over. Sharon saying that the second and third wife ended up in the VA hospital twice. I can't believe he wouldn't be court-martialed for that. I just can't believe his superiors would allow for that. That's absolutely heartbreaking, horrifying, nasty. Vic says they're probably terrified to come out, in my opinion. And I think there's no doubt about that in my mind, that they probably have very deep rooted trauma from having to deal with that. So I agree with you, Vic. And then Machete, that's so cute. I'll have to try to figure out some sort of a party that we can have, a beetle party. That's cute. Elizabeth Smith says hindsight posted the live lore lodge with Tony and Seth. Oh, awesome. I'll have to definitely look at that too. Lore lodge with Tony and Seth. Wow, that's amazing. I didn't even know that was happening today. Shows how much so it shows how much I keep up. I did want to, play this because you all had requested it, or there were people who requested it. And I never played it before. I thought it was interesting, even though it's kind of up in the air where all of the information is coming from, but just showing that this man is showing more of an unbiased opinion. He says that his wife is more of a talker, and so she has more of an opinion than he does, but he says that, it could be any various reason why Sebastian could have, walked off. Sebastian could have met with foul play. It could be the parents, but he doesn't want to throw them under the bus. And then also it really just could have been where he just, was abducted or something like that. So he doesn't discount any of it, which I think, lends to his credibility a bit too. Not totally. I don't believe anything anybody says 100%, especially as our friend Joseph was telling us earlier. It's all hearsay, as well as it's all open to somebody else's interpretation too. So the way I may hear something might not be the exact same way that you all hear something, or vice versa. So it's important to remember that. But I definitely want to look at the Lore Lodge and find out kind of what happened over there, because I think that it'll be something valuable to listen to. They're very smart young men, and I think they'll have some good questions in line for Tony and Seth. So I'm excited. And James Coover says, in my opinion, the reason they don't waste their time searching for Sebastian is why look for someone that isn't really missing, because they know what happened and where they put him. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I think Peter Hyatt, definitely hit the nail on the head. It's kind of like, if you don't know where know where your keys are at, you're not going to go looking for them, right? If you know they're right in your purse. But if you, or, you're, for a guy, if they're near your wallet, so to speak. But if you don't know where they are, you're going to look like hell to find them. Sorry guys, I just have to plug this into the soundboard there. So it's definitely something to think about, and I appreciate that comment too. Oh, great, Sharon. Thank you. Yeah, because I'm interested to see that. And Star says, if they knew, wouldn't charges be brought forward, even presuming Sebastian is safe and sound? It's still kidnapping. Yeah, absolutely. Because you can be charged with kidnapping your own child, as long as, in terms of, how do I say it in the best way? Like, if you don't bring the child back and your weekend is over with. So say you're scheduled to bring the child back on a Sunday. If you keep the child till Monday and refuse to bring the child back, like, the police could come knocking on your door and be like, hey, you need to give the child back to the whatever parent is supposed to have the custody at that point, right? So yeah, you guys are absolutely right. Okay, guys, let's watch these next two clips, because these are the last two. And here we go.
But where I said about, like, you have Chris and he likes to drink, and yeah, he is 21, and well, he's actually 40. He's actually going to be 41. Mm-hmm. But he's not like one that I would sit down with and like that. I would have in my circle. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's.
Well, I don't want him in my circle either because I think he's a heinous individual. Okay, so she was out searching for 10 minutes. Now, remember, Chris Proudfeet said that they did a 3-way call to the non-emergency number. Was she out driving around during this? Was she told to go back home so she can meet the investigators, or what was really going on there? Because 10 minutes is real quick. That's basically I showed up to the party, I told everyone hi, and I turned around and walked out because I want to get back in my pajamas and watch something on TV. That's pretty much it. It's you just made an appearance. And why was her phone on mute when she was talking to them? How can Chris Proudfeet tell them what happened or what was going on, considering he wasn't there?
Exactly. As a mom, why would you not want to call 911 immediately and say, I can't find my son, I don't know what happened, oh my gosh, I'm in panic? The first person she called was him, and then he called. That's crazy.
Yeah, a 3-way call, and she was muted. Well, they need the information, and the person that's not home can't give it to them. That's ridiculous.
Right.
And Seth's private investigators say they can 100% verify that Noass wasn't home.
Yeah.
And these are Seth's private investigators. They're saying he wasn't home.
That's just what I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
He just seems to be kind of a mean person. And you're not the first person I've talked to that lives around there. You're just the first one to come on record and just say, look, this guy is he's not a nice dude.
No, he would be outside actually working on the fifth wheel, or he'd be working on his truck, and for whatever reason, he would just start screaming, and he would just start actually yelling at them, and
at Sebastian or who?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He would just, now, I don't know what he was doing outside. I couldn't tell you that. But I will tell you this. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, well, here. I know you heard some parts about it, because if actually nobody did, then I don't know where people did, but I'm sure you have. And that's because, okay, you know what was put out there about actually him being essayed, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, you have Chris, and from what I know from the actual neighbor to the left of him, which doesn't like him.
Okay, let's be 100% transparent, because a lot of people in that neighborhood do not like Chris Proudfeet. They don't. Because he said the neighbor to the left of him does not like him at all. He's loud. He's aggressive. He uses profanity when it shouldn't be needed. From what I'm understanding, he can't just say, I'm mowing the yard. If someone says, hey, howdy, neighbor, he'll just shout back and say, I'm mowing the fucking yard. It's going to get interesting. Chloe, anything you want to add?
No, I'm still processing all of this that we heard yesterday. I'm glad I'm listening to it again.
He's very much actually he's homophobic.
Oh, okay. So why was he going around telling people that he didn't want Sebastian around his daughter because he had like some sort of, I don't know, some sort of feeling that Sebastian was going to do something to her? I mean, what is really going on there?
That part I can't answer because I don't have any clue as to that, except I actually did hear it, but to say that I can say that I heard it with my own ears from someone that I can validate, no. But just kind of knowing them from just actually being here, I can see him. I can see him saying that.
That
I
just
mean,
makes me sick.
I mean, I can see him saying that.
Yeah, I could also see him saying that, guys. You know, it's not far-fetched. It's just not far-fetched. So they do go into, again, Chris's drinking, which sounds like it is problematic. Sounds like people get a little aggravated with the way that he acts when he drinks. He's loud, aggressive, swears a lot. He swears whenever it's not really necessary, as Brooke says. Like, she used the example, if one of the neighbors is like, "Hey, how you doing?" He'll be like, "I'm mowing the effing lawn." That kind of brash attitude is something that he's very boastful about. So we already kind of know that about him without someone else telling us. But I think it does speak some truth, or rings true anyway. No one wants to hang out with Chris. That's very apparent. They don't kind of want to be in the same circles as him, so they stopped inviting him over for things and that sort of thing. Now, they do bring up this three-way call again to that non-emergency number, which is just very odd. I don't know why they didn't call 911 immediately. We've just always been drilled into our heads that if something happens, that we call 911 immediately. Even when we were little kids, we're told this. And then, of course, no one has good things to say about CP because of his attitude. And more so, I don't think people are really is aggravated with the drinking part because he is old enough. I mean, he's obviously served in the military and that sort of thing, but it's more or less the loud, aggressive nature, the swearing that's, not necessary, that sort of thing. The neighbor does talk about how he works on the fifth wheel and the trucks whenever he comes home, and he kind of stays outside working on those items or vehicles. And then also he says that he starts screaming and yelling at Sebastian for no reason. So the neighbors have heard that happening, screaming and yelling at Sebastian. And I'm sure it's something that they get upset about. I mean, I would be upset too. I'd probably be like, why is that guy yelling at his kid like that? It's just, something that is going to trigger most people to respond negatively to that. And James says that is proof that CP was brought to us because remember he said when he brings the proof, he brings the proof, and that this is the only proof that I have seen or heard CP bring, in my opinion. Yeah, and that's the thing too. I think the fact that he doesn't show any kind of receipts for anything causes for pause because as we see Seth bringing in receipts, he's really been transparent since day one. We haven't seen that same thing from Chris. We just haven't. And James says, yes, Vic, and the grandparents joined them in Oregon, in my opinion. Yeah. Those stinky feet. Sharon says, in my opinion, KP was dressed, so what point did she get dressed before leaving? And that's very curious too, because I heard some hate being said, like, Well, don't you think some people wake up before their kids and get ready? It's like, yeah, I'm sure they do, but she never said that. When someone says, and they've been asked this question several times, obviously throughout different interviews, walk me through that day. They were asked it by Holly Thompson. Caitlin Miller asked. Chronicles Olivia from Chronicles of Olivia asked, walk me through that day, right? So if we're walking somebody through our day, I might say, I got up, I used the bathroom because it's usually the first thing I do, is I'll use the bathroom, and then I'll come out here, I'll grab my coffee, right? And I'll have a cigarette. Sounds horrible, but that's my day. I need to change some of those habits, but nevertheless, that's what I would say. I made myself a cup of coffee. I went on the porch. I had a cigarette. I came back in. I went in to wake up my daughter, and she wasn't there, sort of a thing. Now, had I taken a shower first thing in the morning, I woke up, used the bathroom, hopped in the shower, got out of the shower, went and made my coffee, went and had a cigarette, so on and so forth, right? It would just be part of the narrative. It would be part of how the morning flowed out. But we don't see that with Katie. We don't see those smaller details. She doesn't give them. She just sticks to a very undetailed account and basically tries to rush through it, right? I went to Sebastian's room. I woke up about 6 o'clock. I went in there, noticed he wasn't there. I thought he went to go get breakfast or something because he does that sometimes. And then, I looked around the house, couldn't find him. I went outside. I got in my car, drove around the neighborhood. She finally says that drove up to the school, which would take about 10 minutes if we think about it. If she came out, but then again, Bobby, the neighbor, says that she went out there and was looking in the crawl space for Sebastian too. So it's just inconsistencies, right? One after another, and it's very difficult. And then they expect us, to believe them, or why are we questioning them, sort of a thing. Yes, Vic, thank you. Prayers for Sebastian. Thank you, Lori. It is infuriating. That's so infuriating. What an animal, in my opinion. Monster, Lori says. Yeah, I agree, guys, because to just start yelling at him like that when he already has social and emotional dysregulation issues, it's just not right for him to be yelled at like that. It's just not. Even if Chris is having the worst day ever, I don't care what happened. He has no right to be yelling at Sebastian like that. It's not okay. And Sharon says, in my opinion, what's in the missing reports they had that they won't give out is to the PIs. Well, another thing, it's interesting that you bring up the PIs too, Sharon, because it's funny to me that all of a sudden people are saying differing things to SF. That, I mean, it's funny that up into SF coming into the picture, all of the neighbors have despised the Proud Feet. You know what I mean? I shouldn't even say the Proud Feet, just Chris. Katie has never really gotten too much hate or too much said about her, other than the fact that, she allowed it, that she's complacent. She's not really as sweet and innocent as she portrays herself to be. I can see that. But then again, if you're living in a toxic situation, there's times where you're going to be toxic yourself, catching the fleas from the narcissist, if you will. And that is something that happens because the narcissist will push you. They'll continue to do things that you ask them not to do over and over and over again. And then you blow up, and it's called reactive abuse. It does happen. And they push you to that point. They're not happy until they get you there, right? And so with everything that Katie was dealing with Chris, and then on top of it, Sebastian was acting out because of that. He was having issues because of it. He was regressing. He was having trauma responses. That would be a stressful situation, right? So, I'm not defending her at all, but I'm just saying that I find it funny that we're not hearing a whole lot about Katie being a bad person. It's mostly Chris who is acting, like a complete asshole, and no one wants to be around him. No one associates with him because of him, not because of Katie, but because of him. So it's very interesting, and I find it to be weird that none of the neighbors told SF, like, you have an asshole for a client. It's just weird. And then all of a sudden he's able to obtain all this footage from the neighbors who dislike Chris. I mean, it doesn't add up. That's why I think he doesn't have nearly what he says he does. I think he's making it up to make himself seem like he has more than he does, in my opinion. And Vic says it went down as a planned premeditation, in my opinion. Foot didn't get undressed, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think she had to have been up all night if she was involved. She would have had to have been. There would have been no time to go and do anything else, right? And then also, they're trying to cover their tracks, so they're thinking of ways, in my opinion, to kind of show that she was concerned, and she just got up and, oh my god, my kid's not here, da da da, drove here, came back, going through the motions. Who doesn't call a non-emergency number when their child's missing? When there's an emergency, you dial 911, excuse me. You don't dial the non-emergency number when it's an emergency. So right there, they game over for me, because you should have called 911. And then also, what's up with not calling his father? I don't care what kind of relationship you guys say you had a great relationship with him. Why didn't you call his father? I would never think to call someone that was 3.5 hours away first over my ex-husband, who lived an hour away. Granted, he was at work as well, but that's the first person I would have called. That's their kid together, right? And then we hear the neighbors, and this isn't the first time we've heard these things, giving ultimatums, saying that they didn't want that he didn't want anything to do with Sebastian. Why would you call him if your marriage is on the rocks and your son's missing? It just, none of it makes sense. It just logically, it doesn't make sense. So, and C. Taylor says, if L.E. could prove kidnapping at this point and Sebastian was still safe, he would have been rescued in L.E. custody. I agree. Look how fast they found some of these kids that did go missing like that, just, on their own, not abducted, not, anything. So I agree. With that, C. Taylor. That's a great point. And James says, I believe that the day will come and Sebastian gets his justice and CP will make the mistake bending over to pick up the soap. and he will become inmates, honey bun. Oh no. Oh no. I can't lie. I feel that way too, just because it's like one of those things that I just can't believe they've treated him so badly. And just freely saying the things that they say about him, I can't believe it. I just can't, it's almost unbelievable. But then we've heard him say it from his own mouth. Like, I wouldn't necessarily believe the neighbors as much as I do if I didn't hear it from his own mouth. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things where it's easy to believe because of what he said. And James says, we can only see and hear what we do, and what is obvious is very obvious, in my opinion and belief. Yes, I agree with that. I agree. And Detroit Rock City says, yes, lady, my husband lost his keys the other day and tore my house up. I asked him what was the last thing he did when he got home. Guess where they were? In front of the door, obviously, or in the front door, obviously. Oh my goodness, Detroit Rock City, that's funny. And I always say that too. That's funny that you say that. I always say, well, what was the last thing you did, or where was the last place you were? Because like, that's what I think in my head when I can't find something. It's like, that's funny. That's funny. I'm glad he was able to find him, because that'll drive you nuts. Like, what do I do? I had a neighbor who lived across from me. It was like an apartment building. It was my first apartment. But it was like all indoor access. So, you had to use your key to get in. And then, of course, it was like interior doors. It wasn't like outdoor. But he would always leave his keys in the door. And then I would always go over there and knock and be like, hey, your keys are in the door. Or I'd see his wife in the hallway and I'd be like, he left his keys in the door again. And we start laughing because, he'd always be like, oh, yeah, I forgot, and that sort of thing. So. Okay, Laura Lodge live Monday the 17th, 7 p.m. Thank you. 7 p.m. Eastern. That's my time zone. Getting used to that still. Okay, Monday the 17th. I'm glad that they're going on there. That is important. Hopefully by the time, since I go later, hopefully we can watch it together, some of it. Watch the clips. And Sharon says, in my opinion, Katie went near the school. The fire station was there. Why not stop in there? Yeah, she would have had to go past the fire station. She sure would. That's a good point. Um, I would have just stayed home. I don't think I would have driven anywhere. I think I would have just stayed home. I would have called 911, stayed home, and then after I got off the phone with 911, if they let you off, sometimes they won't. Sometimes they'll say stay on the line with me, but usually they don't if you're not, having to perform like CPR or something like that. But typically, they would let you off the phone and then you call Seth right away. I would. I mean, that's just me. And I don't even, I never got along with my ex-husband after we divorced and stuff like that. It was very bad. But in the same way, I would still call him first if our daughter was missing, because that's just what you do. It's just logical, in my opinion. It's just logical, and it would be the next step in the process. You know what I mean? Dial 911, get that ball rolling. You know, call his father. Still, look around the house because maybe he is hiding somewhere, right? But it just all is weird. It's all off and logically doesn't make sense. Um, Star. Thank goodness he can't use his 9-inch pickle bird. Goodness. Oh no. Yeah, yeah, you go if it's open, you tell the school. Crazy. Yeah, and that's the weird thing is like she added that in later too because she knew she was caught on camera at the school. But she didn't even like drive up to the school, get out and look around. She just drove around the parking lot and went back. It's just all weird. It's just all weird. She was already dressed, in my opinion, too, James. Yeah, because I mean, just the fact that she was over there and coffee and smoke machete. I'm terrible. I'm like telling you guys my horrible habit. First thing I do is have a cigarette and a coffee. But really, I mean, that's what I would be doing. Like I would just tell people like straight out, right? Because it's just weird. And then if I showered first, I would say that, or like, hey, I had my cigarette, my coffee. I hurried up and got the shower. Because sometimes some parents do like that extra time. Like, I was always the type of parent that I always liked my nighttime time, right? So like my daughter, as they get older, it's a little bit different. And I know with Sebastian's case, it might be different too. But they were saying they put him to bed at 9. So, but even when she was little, it'd be like I put her to bed at 8 o'clock, and then when she finally get to bed, because she used to like to come out and be like, I'm thirsty. And then I give her like a drink. And she'd be like, I just want to come out and tell you I love you, mama, like stuff like that. And I'm like, go to bed. You know what I mean? Like, so I totally get it when Katie was like, go to bed. Because sometimes kids will do that, right? They'll like come out and see what they can get away with and be like, I'm not really tired and, stuff like that. I mean, sometimes it's not easy for them to get to bed, right? Um, but with that being said, it's like those are the things that you would say if it was a regular thing, right? So it's strange. But I used to like to, after she would finally get settled in, go to bed, I might watch something on TV, you know what I mean, and kind of unwind, relax, or whatever, and then go to bed myself. Some parents like to, get to bed early, and then they get up earlier around, an hour before the kids, and they do their thing. But I used to like to get everything done at night. See, I was also like that too, where lunches were figured out at night. The clothes that was going to be worn was figured out at night. Showers usually weren't taken in the morning. They were usually taken the night before. Sometimes if you don't have time and it's getting late, then it's like, okay, we need to get up early and take showers. But I always had it figured out the night before just to make things smoother in the morning, right? But not everybody does things the same way, so I understand. But I guess my point would be is that if somebody says walk me through your day, you would walk them through there and tell them exactly how it went. Katie's kind of like hodgepodge, like, some mornings I'll ask him if he wanted to take lunch or if he wants to buy it and stuff. And like those decisions, um, for any child, I think, are a lot to deal with first thing in the morning, especially when you only have an hour to figure all that out. I think it's better to do it, in the morning, or excuse me, at night. But that's just me. But you would think if she did do like showers and stuff like that, she would have said that, like, hey, typically I wake up, I get my coffee, because I don't think she smokes or anything like that. But I think, if she would have taken a shower, that would have been part of the narrative to begin with. I woke up, I took a shower, I grabbed some coffee, and then I go and wake up Sebastian, or, maybe I fixed him some breakfast and then woke him up. It just, the whole thing was off, in my opinion. And James says, and curious about the stuff found behind that store, like stain sheet and other items, including KP name on a few things. I wonder when she left the house, she actually drove by the store to dump. Yeah, it is. Those items are curious, James. They really are. Because we have seen this in other cases where people will try to dispose of things, after the fact, or a couple of days before, but mostly, they'll hold on to certain items and then they'll try to kind of get rid of them as they go. And that's why I think the FBI loves to look in people's trash, just to see what they can find. And James says, because we did hear that a car was seen and was thinking it was, yeah, Mama Socks's car, but maybe it was KP's instead. That's what is really curious too, because those cars are like almost identical, right? And then also, I think she was at Worsham's. I do. I think that Mama Socks was at Worsham's. That's my opinion. Because there was just too much around it. Again, just like all of this other information that comes out when there's so much hate surrounding it, I think it's true automatically because of that. I can't help but think that way, just because it's just the way the case is gone. And Detroit Rec City says she was up and ready because she never went to bed, in my opinion. None of them slept, none of them. Yeah, Detroit Rec City, I can't argue that. Like, I can't say that that's wrong, because it just seems like she was still awake, like she had been up all night. I really agree with that. I wish I didn't, but I do. It's just one of those things that it just seems, you know, it just seems odd, especially like, I wonder what time Katie started to work that morning, or what time she was expected at work. I know it would probably have to be like after she got Sebastian off onto the bus. But when did she have time to take her shower? When did she have time to get her stuff ready for the day? Did she buy lunch every day at work, or did she take lunch with her? Because those are the things that I think about, especially, when I used to work during the day and my daughter was at school during the day, because a lot of times I would work second or third shift. But when I was working during the day, it was like I already had all that prepared, right? It would be like, lunches are ready. This is, these things were already ready. And she never indicates that, she never says, or Sebastian, since we had a busy day, we decided he was going to buy lunch at school, just, yeah, it's just all weird. And I think she was up all night. I do, in my opinion. And Star says there are gaps in her story. Sure, she might not owe anyone every detail, but it would help, yeah, get a clear timeline. I agree. And that's the thing, we've never gotten a clear timeline. They've always added in details, and it's always the details that were leaked out, so to speak. Like the school, like her knowing that she was on camera. So now she has to say, oh yeah, I drove up to the school. That's when she told Olivia, I drove up to the school, and then, I came back and I did this, that, and she's adding all these things in. He takes the trash out, that was never part of it. We never heard about Sebastian taking the trash out because it was on video, or because there was an alleged video, because we haven't saw it yet. She added it into the timeline, and that's going to make anybody curious, I think. Hey, Deborah Dixon, good to see you. So, I mean, it's just one of those things where had she told us a clear timeline to begin with, it would have been a lot more believable, and people wouldn't have speculated so much. But because she was adding in these little details, that's why people are curious, so to speak. And some people are just curious about it. Some people find her to be extremely guilty looking, sounding, etc. In my opinion, that's what I see, just because of the pattern of behaviors of other people and when we see other cases. So yeah, Katie let her husband treat her son horribly. I think so too, little Miss Sharon. I do. I do. All right, Deborah. Well, I guess you can just go someplace else. I'm sorry, but I could use whatever words that I would like to use because it's my channel. I'm sorry that you're one of Jay's little blind followers and you can't think for yourself on this one, but you need to chill out. So Sharon says, James, I thought that too, but I thought swapped vehicles as Mama was spotted at Worsham's, but it's weird that cameras were not working that morning at Worsham's. That is so weird to me too, Sharon. And it's funny, isn't it? No, I'm just kidding. But it is. It's weird. It's definitely something to pause and think, okay, well, they worked every other morning, but that morning they weren't working. Like, very strange. Very, very strange. Crafting with Sassy Chicks 101. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. And James Coover says the store that was brought up about CP's mom's car sitting at, I wonder if it was actually hers. And yeah, there was a photo stained sheet, and that was very, very stained and something that had KP's name on it. That box. Yeah, that box. Yeah. And it was like supposedly items that were dropped over at the Goodwill. Yeah, I heard about that too, James. And Star says, when CP recounts disciplining Sebastian with a belt, she doesn't even flinch, not one iota of adverse reaction. You know, and also Star, whenever they're talking about it on Nancy Grace, she lies for Chris. She lies straight to Nancy for Chris. And also, she says, when Nancy asks them why would Sebastian, like what type of behaviors would warrant the punishment of, you know, being hit with the belt, and Chris said something, but then Katie, I had to like slow it down because she, you know, she always does that where she just she doesn't really speak up and she doesn't enunciate herself for someone who's been in the military. She just always, you can never tell what the heck she's saying. But she was like, or lying about doing work. And I was like, lying about doing work? Like, what does that mean? I guess she was talking about schoolwork, you know, lying about doing work or maybe chores. But like, why would you say that? Like, you know, well, he gets beat with the belt because he's lying about doing work. Well, maybe he's lying because he's scared that if he tells the truth, he's going to get hit. You know, I mean, that's the way I think of it. Limelight Girl says CP equals criminal premeditation. That's funny. And little Miss Sharon says exactly, Star, for sure. Yeah, and it's just, I don't know. None of it adds up. None of it adds up. It's very strange. It's very strange. And Sharon says, in my opinion, CPS reports, we need to send the clip to the CPS where he stated he hits him with the belt, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to do anything about it. I really don't. I wish the police would do something about it. Just the mere fact that they have all of this evidence. And then also, if they ask the neighbors and the neighbors did tell them the things that the neighbors are telling, like YouTubers or other outlets, because I'm sure people talk, you know, people talk, whether it's across the fence, whether it's to a news reporter that comes by, people are going to talk. And unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like they're ready to do anything about that. Maybe they're just trying to see if they can catch them on a conviction and then add those extra charges later. I hope so. Anyway, I'm praying for that. Because Sebastian deserves justice for whatever happened to him. I feel very strongly about that, you know. Yeah, Vic. Vic says, just me. I always wish I I would have known those people to do something for these children. Yeah, and I really wish that somebody would have kind of been a little bit louder, but then again, it's always hindsight's always 2020, perfect vision. Um, when we're in it, we don't want to get involved. Sometimes people don't want to get involved, or they've said something like Brooks was saying about how many times can you call, and then you look like you're the one that's a problem. You're the nosy neighbor that won't stop, and CPS has been down to the house a bunch of times, but they never found anything, and so then you look bad and they look good. Narcissists are very manipulative, very, very manipulative. And Elizabeth says, I don't understand beating autism out of a child. Me neither. Well, and that's another thing he told Nancy Grace was like, oh, he gets in people's personal space at school, and he's got social and emotional issues. And I'm thinking, you sound horrible right now. Like, so you sound like you're actually hitting him not because he forgot his belt. He didn't tell Nancy Grace that. He said that he does things at school. He gets himself in trouble at school. And things like that because he'll get in people's faces and personal space and all this stuff. Something totally different than he told Smiley, something totally different than he told the other person that he interviewed with. You all know who she is. But that's the thing. It's like, he tells everybody different stories, and he says it's the same instance, but we all know it wasn't. Because that was another thing that Katie lied for him about, how long ago was it? And it only happened once, and it was years ago, but then come to find out, he told Smiley different, and he told everybody he interviewed with different. So Detroit Rock City says, when you have kids, especially special needs, you get ready, or you get yourself ready, and then the fun starts. Exactly. It just, you want to do it smarter, not harder, right? So you figure, if I can get myself up and ready, and then next get the kids ready, whatever works for everybody, though I know not everything's going to work the same for everybody, so I get that part. But I agree. You kind of want to get yourself that way, you're presentable for the day, and then you're getting the kids off, right? You're getting their lunches together. If you didn't make them the night before, making sure they have a good breakfast in the morning, making sure they have everything in their backpack. That was always one that I always had to double check. There was nothing that needed to be signed, or there wasn't like I remember one time my daughter was in second grade, and her teacher had wrote me a note and was like, hey, could you, because I'm into crafting and stuff like that. And she's like, hey, all the teachers are doing like a hat day where, we're sending a hat home, and we want somebody to, decorate it or whatever. And so they had asked me to do that. Well, I didn't know about it until it was the weekend. I didn't check her backpack on Friday. It was my fault. But then like Monday morning, I'm like looking through her backpack. I'm like, were we supposed to do this? And so I hurried up and made her a little cute little hat. Added some hot glue and stuff. Thank God I had it all. But like just little things like that, you have to make sure you stay on top of it, because if you don't, then it's on you, and then you're racing around to get everything done. And oh gosh, but. And then Star Lambert says, Vic, same. I'd like to think if I were a neighbor witnessing a child being treated that way, I would be in confrontational. Yeah, I would be in a confrontational so quick. Too many mind their own business. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I think too, if I was to see Chris doing that to Sebastian, say they were my neighbor, I would probably get myself into trouble, because I would be like, hey, don't talk to him like that. I might try to talk to Katie and see if she's all right, so it's not like it used to be, Limelight girl. It's not like it used to be, people don't like mind their own business as much anymore, which is a good thing, I think. It's not good to meddle, but it's not good to always, it's not always good to turn the other cheek, for example, or pretend like you didn't see what you just saw, because there's so many times where we see these kids just fall through the cracks, And Limelight Girl says she had some clothes on from the Texas Roadhouse the day before. Yeah, I did see that picture. And that's the thing, like, I was hard for me to decipher just because, like, I will wear like the same hoodie or like the same cardigan a couple times in a row as long as it's not like dirty or anything. And I'll like hang it up and then, I'll wash the hoodie or whatever, like, and put a new one up. But so I was thinking, but it sure did look like a really similar same outfit, the picture that I saw at least. Which, I mean, yeah, she totally could have been wearing it all night, so I know, Lori Jammers, I know. I still have my research I gotta get together with that. That's why I was kind of wanting to play this too. That way we'd have something to listen to, but because I also am trying to put all of that together because I do believe jammers were used. I do. I really do. So, oh, Vic. Oh, I know. I don't like moving either. I was glad when I finally did move and I'm still here, but hey, Nanny Nuts, good to see you. Very good to see you. And crafting with the sassy chicks 101 says, but wasn't her hair wet when the dogs got there and she was outside watching them? I don't know if her hair was wet. I don't know. I wish we had body cam, so that way we could have a better understanding of things too. So um and Karen says, or excuse me, Sharon says, Detroit Rock City, yeah, but they said they were not working Monday morning. Well, and the thing is too, guys, I mean, sometimes we have a good routine, sometimes we don't, but the thing that kind of gets me about um, this situation with Katie is that she does have a child with autism, and so their routine is everything to them, right? So, like, when we think about that being out of order, it's kind of odd to us, right? Because, most kids like consistency, like routines. They do. They really enjoy that. But when it's a child that has special needs and especially autism, like, the routine is everything. You mess up their routine, you're messing their whole day up. It's like detrimental to them, right? It really upsets them. And so I think that's important to consider here too. Um, And James says, it is really too bad that KP and CP would even try to prove us wrong with receipts or just something to prove their innocence. Yes, which is, in my opinion, why they would, or th- in my opinion, why they don't, because deep down they know the real hidden truth. Yeah, I agree with that, James. And that's the thing. If the PI had this information, then it would be out there. I really do. I think that if he had it, it would be out there. They would be putting things to rest left and right. They'd be like in your face, like, totally. I mean, why wouldn't they? That's what I would be doing. If people were accusing me of doing something awful to my child, I'd be trying to produce the receipts left and right. It's very odd. They produced more receipts when they took BHB to court than they are for themselves. So, um, which they had that all in the bag. They were over there laughing and joking with the bailiffs and stuff, putting on a show. And Sharon says, Proudfoot are friends with Worshams, in my opinion. You only have to see their Facebook. They're they're all on there. Yeah. Oh gosh, Sharon, that's that's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible to think that they would allow for something like that. Uh, but I've lived in small towns like that too, where you just everybody knows everybody, and they will cover for people, unfortunately, whoever they want to, whoever they see fit to do, anyway. Because unfortunately, we don't see that same um, gusto when it comes to covering for Seth or helping him out. They're willing to cover up for the fee, apparently, which is, in my opinion, the wrong person to cover for. And James says, and only shows how guilty they truly are, in my opinion, and many, many more. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I think a lot of people think that as well, just because of what's going on, you know. And guys, I'm trying not to be too harsh on people, but like Granny to 13, good to see you. And Cinderella, good to see you. Yeah, jammers for sure, guys. Jammers for sure. I'm trying to be nice about letting people in, but when they say things that are hate comments that I'm getting on videos and stuff like that, I just kind of kick them out. And I hate to be like that, but it's just something that I'm just not going to put up with the crap. You know what I mean? I don't need to put up with that crap over here. They can go someplace else and do that. I don't go to other chats and say rude things to other people, so I'm not going to put up with it over here. You know, um, I don't understand why, if you don't like somebody, why you continue to watch them or why you would go to their chat. Hey, TJ, good to see you. TJ says there is a piece of land that Worshams owns and they're not allowing anybody to search it. See, and that's crazy to me. Why wouldn't they want Sebastian to be found? Or at least to put some of this shit to rest. Because, I mean, if it was me, I'd think it was ridiculous. And I'd be like, please do search it, If there's nothing to hide, then why hide it? Thank you, Nanny Nut, for 192. And TJ says, I know people have tried to go there. They've asked them and they said, no, why wouldn't you let someone search a private property for a child? I don't get it either, TJ. I don't understand that. It's like, why not? Why not just let them search it? If nothing is found, nothing is found. If something is found, well then, yippee, there you go, or someone in this case, if someone is found. It makes me wonder if there's something back there that they were able to dump or, not in terms of, excuse me, of, poor Sebastian, but what I'm getting at is maybe evidence or something like that. Why are they allowing for that? It's weird. It's really weird. And James says, I really don't see either one, CP or KP, would throw one another under the bus, because either way they would both end up going down for it, in my opinion. Yeah, the only way I can see that happening is if one of them cuts a deal. And I honestly don't think Katie's going to do it. I think Chris would be the one to be the stool pigeon. I really do. I can't see her going against him. I just really can't. I think if she was going to go against him, she would have done it by now, with all the pressure that they've been under. Or, I mean, that's what they're saying anyway. I don't know. It's weird when they go on podcasts and act the way they do. It's hard to believe, but in the same way, I think he would be the one throwing her under the bus, and saving himself, unfortunately. But you never know. I mean, I could be totally wrong. She could just flip on him and dime him out, and that'd be it. And Vic says, everyone says when you're gonna finish that brick. I'm like, don't look at it. Oh no. Yeah, Vic, exactly. When it comes to ABUSC, I will get involved as well. Yeah, definitely, because you can't just turn the other way when it's a kid, because you don't know, they could end up, being unalived, and then the next thing you know, you feel guilty about that too, because you saw it and never said anything. It's just too much nowadays. Like, I don't remember it ever being that bad. I guess it always was, but just with the parents hurting their children like this, you just don't know how it's going to end. It's better to report it, and then at least you could say, hey, I tried, and then we blame the broken system, but at the end of the day, I think we need to at least try. TJ says you can't beat anything out of a child, but you can be a child and turn them into a bad person. You can't, but you can beat them and turn them into a bad person. I agree with that 100%. I think it causes a lot of issues, or they accept that love because they accept that as love because they think that's what they deserve, because that's the only thing they've known from people who are supposed to love them, is that they got beat by them. And I think it just causes a lot of emotional and psychological issues for sure. I don't agree with it either. Vic. James says, I had watched another creator that pointed out what KP had said when asked about what would they want to happen to who might have done this, and she answered, best find them before she goes to jail. Yeah, I remember that. She said that on Smiley, didn't she? She said they better hope that the law catches them first before I do, or something like that, which is kind of more of a programmed response, in my opinion, not something that was genuine. Um, you know, I, it's very hard to read KP's emotions because she really kind of doesn't have a high emotional intelligence, in my opinion, or she plays it off like she doesn't. Hey, KJ Mac, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. And James says making a point of that is just was able to find someone that they could pin the crime on it, would keep her out of jail, and she could live on with living the good life, as CP has said. I know, and that's awful. When they say things like that, I really feel like it's a taunt. And it reminds me of BTK and how he used to taunt the police. And we've had all those other weirdos, the smiley face guys, taunting, the police. And, well, I appreciate you all being here. I think we're probably going to wrap it up here, but Detroit Rock City says the box had Katie written on it with photos and letters or something in it, allegedly. I do remember that, Detroit Rock City. They also found a steak knife and a mattress cover, allegedly. I do remember that. Yes, very weird items, not items that you would think of for donating. I just donated my own clothes or something like that. It's just odd. KJ Max says neighbors could also call CPS. They don't have to be confrontational to report what they see or hear. That is so true. That's such a great point. You can just call and be like, hey, I don't know if this is something, but I just want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing here by this kid. Whoever it is, I can't count how many times, I've been in a Walmart and, you see it's like freezing cold outside and the parents are bundled up in warm clothes, but the kids don't have any, shoes on and no coat. And, it's like, those are the times where it's like, oh gosh, I hate to call on somebody, but then it's like, but what about that little kid? They're just going to sit there and freeze their little tootsies off. And nobody's going to say anything. But somehow the parents had the wherewithal for themselves to put, their own butt in a coat. And that's one thing that I noticed about Sebastian. And I did give Katie kind of a little bit of a free pass there, saying that, he is an older kid and maybe he didn't want to wear a coat. But I do find that to be, it just rubs me the wrong way when I see that. It's like, if you're wearing a coat, put your kid in a coat. If you're wearing shoes and it's cold outside, make sure they're warm. Why are you making sure you're warm before they're warm, kind of a thing? And some parents just simply can't afford it, and you'll see none of them wearing a coat. And then you kind of can understand that, right? In a certain capacity. I know it's a big thing to do the coat drives for the kids around the colder months and things like that. But still, it just always causes for concern when I see that. Sharon says, I have 2 with autism and both of my boys have different needs, and one has to have fidgets and a ball in his hand, and my other son paces in and out of the house 4 times because he leaves in a taxi in the morning. See, and those are the things that you because you're a good mom, you know, because you understand what their special needs are, because they're not always going to be the same, right? Just because they might both be on this, you know, or well, they are, you're saying they are, just because they are both on the spectrum doesn't mean they're going to have the exact same needs. And um, you're going to have to prioritize that differently and things like that. So, you know, I absolutely agree. That was one thing that really got me when Chris and Katie were on Duchess for the Missing. Um, One of the viewers had asked if Sebastian uses a device to communicate, because at that point it was very early on and we didn't understand that Sebastian was, you know, further on the spectrum. Um, and Katie had no idea what they were talking. She's like, a phone, a special what? With buttons on it? And I'm like, you don't know what that is? Like, you have a child with special needs, but you don't. It's like she wanted to think that she was above it. She didn't want to put herself in a position to find out about what his needs really were, what he needed. It was all about what Katie and Chris needed. And that's what really rubs me the wrong way and bothers me about the situation, because if she had been more in tune to what he needed, maybe he wouldn't have as many issues as he did, because they were just popping up left and right, right? It wasn't like, and it's not his fault. Um, I need to play that video tomorrow, of our friend Freebird, and she's actually Freebird. Um, she sent it to me and I played it on my other phone, but I will upload it and we'll play it tomorrow. But it's basically about the point of view of a child who has autism going through the mall, and how it's a really busy place and there's all kinds of noises and people and different sounds and smells and everything, and how it can be very overwhelming. And this child ends up going into a meltdown. And at the end of the video, he's like, hey, I'm not a naughty kid. I have autism, you know? It's a it's a very good video. It's poignant. It's a short video, but it just explains how it is from their point of view. You know, when everybody's looking at them, looking at this child, as they looked at Sebastian, that he's naughty. He's not naughty. He's a good kid. He's just overwhelmed. He's overstimulated. He had a meltdown because of that, not because he's a bad kid. It's not his fault. By any means, necessary, I think. And Vic says, big dude at the gas station slapping his dog. I went up, pounded on his window. You want me to slap you? Guys at the gas, said lady, don't do that. Oh my goodness, Vic, that's funny. That is funny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like, you know, it's almost like a fight or flight, you know, you're like, your adrenaline's going, right? You're like, don't do that to them, you know? And I think that's important, because a lot of times, you know, in society, people would look the other way and they wouldn't get involved. And I think it's a good thing that we know to see something, say something, you know? Um, TJ says, I'm talking to somebody right now who's terrified to say something. Oh my goodness. I hate hearing that. That's never a good situation. And Limelight Girl says, same exact positioning of her ponytail and everything. Gel, not wet, just wet look to avoid flyaways. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, so you're saying that she might have put some gel in her hair to kind of make it look like she had just showered. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Castle says, Hong on X said KP zoomed past the school like the cops were chasing her. Oh no. Yeah, she didn't stay in the parking lot long from what I've heard. It was kind of like a quick, you know, drive-through situation, just straight through, and then around, and just didn't get out or anything, just to say she went over by the school or something. I mean, and James says they actually had photos, Detroit Rock City, of those things. So not allegedly, in my opinion, but actual facts also, in my opinion. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. It's just that Worshams thing is really weird. It's always been weird to me. Always been weird. And TJ says, Vic, it's horrible. You shouldn't have to feel that way. It's almost a gang mafia of mentality. Yeah, I agree with that, TJ. That's the thing. and that's why it's important to stick up for other people that are in a bad situation, right? But it's also important to stick up for yourself so you don't have to be put in that situation too. It's it just seems like people were doing that though with it. If there was in fact, and I'm just gonna say allegedly, obviously, guys, um, there's 4 CPS reports. People were reporting it, whether it was Sebastian reporting it, whether it was the neighbors, teachers. Some of us would be mandated reporters, some of us wouldn't be. If it's happening to you and you report it, especially being a little kid, I just can't imagine how defeated he had to have felt, for nobody to have helped him. And he's trying to say, like, this is happening to me. It's just terrible. Yeah, the best bet is the FBI, I think, in my opinion, in the situation. Now, I have some restored faith. I will say that in law enforcement in this case. But if I had a piece of information, I would take it straight to the FBI. I'm not, gonna lie. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Oh, TJ, I hate that. Mm, mm. See. Yeah. And Star says it's hard to see a kid wandering around if you're zipping around. True that, Star. True that. Yeah, if you that's what I mean. Like, she didn't get out and like look around, because if in theory, right, for it to be logical, she drove up to the school for a reason, right? Was she checking to see if he was there? So wouldn't she get out of the car and kind of peek in the school or something, or see if the doors were unlocked? Maybe he went in there to look at the animals in the 4-H department or something, or ag. Um, yeah, it's just weird. It's just all for show, in my opinion. And like I said, she didn't add that detail in until after it was already known that she was on camera doing it. So that's curious as well. It is super scary, Machete. It is super scary. I'm praying that some light can be shown in that situation, because that's never a good thing, to know something or be threatened and then you can't say anything and then you have to sit with that. It's, oh God, that's enough to make someone sick. Elizabeth says, know something, do something, see something, say something. Legitimate knowledge could break this case. Please encourage that person, Elizabeth. I understand where you're coming from. It's kind of scary. I'm not going to lie, that Sumner County area is scary. It is to me. I had to move from an area that was very similar, in my opinion. And a lot of the aspects that attracted me to continue to just fight for Sebastian, because it just seems like he never had a fair fight. Not in that place, not with those people around, not with people that are willing to just allow for this stuff, and it's okay to threaten other people, but heaven forbid anybody stand up to them, then they're in court. Go figure. Yeah. Yeah, TJ, you're right. You're right. I agree with that 100%. It's awful. Yeah, she did deny it, Limelight Girl. Yeah. Yeah. And James says, yeah, that PI is getting paid a lot of money by them, and what he is doing for them is only burying them deeper instead of digging them out. If I was them, I would probably fire him. I would too, in a heartbeat. I would have fired him after the Lore Lodge. I'd have said, you did not help. You're not helping. All of the crap that he posts on X, it just doesn't help. It just fuels. It fuels things. That's why I really stay off of X, guys, because I'm like, I don't need to be on there. I just get aggravated with it. You know, I would just be aggravated. Sharon says, I have one son who has a couch. No one is allowed to sit on it. And that's his personal space. He has all of his devices and his fidgets and Legos, and I made a sign, name corner. Aw, that's cute. That is cute. That's their safe spot, right? And that's great for you recognizing that and not getting upset, and that's the thing. I don't feel like Sebastian was ever able to be himself or express himself freely in his own home. Um, that's what makes me really sad for him because I feel like um, he wasn't allowed to be his unique self. He was always had to go to the whim of Mr. Foot, and he should have been able to express himself freely in his own home and feel comfortable. He should have been able to eat whatever the hell he wanted to eat. He should have been able to sit wherever he wanted to sit, and they should have made accommodations for him. And I just don't see it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I would admit it. But I don't think I am. I think that they didn't make those necessary accommodations for him, and he deserved to have that. Um, it's like squandering a gift. It's really freaking sad. And Castle says, we don't know if Worshams just said that because if LE collected it as evidence, they would have kept that tight-lipped. That's true. That's true. What if they did get some footage from Worshams? Thanks for saying that, Castle. You're right. I just have such mixed feelings about that area. I do get weird heebie-jeebie feelings from that area. I have since the beginning. When I saw what happened to BHB, I also was thinking that as well. Just because look at all the people that Chris went ahead, I mean, women too, that he threatened and nothing, Oh, no worries, Star. No worries. Oh, a channel made a video about her post? Oh, okay, Limelight Girl, I didn't see it. You can email it to me if you want. TJ says, allegedly, I'm thinking they're very good friends with the Sox. It makes sense. I'm telling you that Mama Sox is, she terrified me. I'll tell you what, she is terrifying. I've dealt with somebody like her before, too. So... And if you cross, sometimes when you cross people like that, they'll stop at nothing. They don't stop. They just keep it up. It's weird. Elizabeth says, witness protection. Sebastian needs to be found. I hate these evil people and threatening people. I know. I hate all of it. I just don't even like it. They're going to get what's coming, I think. I think they will. I pray for it. And I don't like to pray for bad things to happen to people, but it's more or less like justice, right? It's not even like for something bad to happen to them necessarily. It's like for justice. It needs to be served. Something's got to break in it. Something's got to break. No, I didn't see him again. I don't know why that happens. Elizabeth, we're not in their shoes. I know everything that has happened to this person, and I don't blame this person. They are petrified. Oh my goodness, TJ. Thanks, James. James says that happened with Summer's case, that someone denied searching on their property. See, and I don't understand that. I would have let them search anything they needed to. Anything. Why not? Because what's going to happen? What's the worst thing that can happen? Something's going to be found. Something won't be. That'd be worse than something being found, I would think. Especially when we have a child missing. I know he's 16 now, but he's still a kid to me. Younger than my daughter too, but way younger. KJ Maxx says, surely they don't want people searching their land if they have their own closet of skeletons, and I mean that as a figurative speech, not literally. KJ Mack, that's a good point. Maybe there's a reason they don't want their property searched. Some people are extremely private. I understand that too. But then again, when there's a kid missing, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. Thanks, Star, for posting that. Tori says, TJ, that person really needs to talk with the FBI so they can protect them. Man, I'll be praying for that person. I hope and pray that they can find the strength or maybe even talk to somebody that's not directly law enforcement. I know that's horrible, but sometimes people feel more comfortable doing that, especially if they've already gone to law enforcement. Law enforcement kind of glazes over it, for lack of a better way to say it. Question is, though, that would be worse, charged with actual crime or accessory. You know, I mean, accessory after the fact, you get less time, I would think, or accessory to it, you would get less time. But then also, you could always cut a deal, because if you tell on the other person, you have details and facts that can get them put away. It's like Kayla Montgomery in the Adam Montgomery case. So Adam Montgomery went away and Kayla got off because she told arguably the truth. I don't know if it is, but she told on Adam. And I believe some of what she said, some of it I don't. But that was the reason why she got off, was because machete. Oh no. Oh, TJ, I hate that. I just hate that. I don't understand why no one's getting back. That's weird. Yeah, I wouldn't trust anybody either on that. I wouldn't. I'd be afraid, especially if you have family of your own. See, that's where it gets a little bit froggy, you know? You don't want to hurt anybody. You don't want to get hurt yourself. You want to make sure you're doing the right thing, but then sometimes the right thing isn't always the clearest thing. We all know right from wrong, right? But in the same way, when you're in a bad situation like that and you don't trust anybody, it's awful. It's awful, awful. Elizabeth says the Proudfoots have a lot of accessories after the fact. I believe so too. I believe so too. If they had proof and evidence, they would have put it out. I believe that. And I believe that there's people that are directly helping them, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Be 100% careful, because there's people that watch and they don't want to, you know, Patricia, I appreciate what you're saying. That man has done a couple of unsavory things and I really don't care for him. So I really don't want to play him on the channel, but I have heard good things about some of the things he has said. I've also seen him act really, you know, not really good. Yes, thank you all for joining us tonight. Thank you, Star. Thank you, Star. The shoes were an accident. They forgot to get rid of them. Yeah. Yeah, I know that. That's why I played Sheriff Craddock again tonight, saying on the 27th that he did not say that he was barefoot. He wouldn't say he was barefoot. He didn't believe it. TJ. I'm going to be praying for strength, TJ. I'm going to be praying for strength, for clarity, for the truth, for safety. Golly. Vic. Far too many crazies. It is. It's gotten to the point of ridiculous too. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, Heather. Okay. Thank you, Limelight Girl. It is getting ridiculous. It's like, you know, I was just talking to a close friend the other day, and I just said, there's just people that just don't want him to be found. I don't understand it, but it's, and I feel crazy when I say that. Like, I feel absolutely insane when I say that. And like, people are probably like, paranoid much? But it's like, no, really, there are people that do not want this child to be found. There are people out there that do not want the truth out. And if you tell the truth, they'll eat you up and they'll say that you made it up and all of this other stuff. It's ridiculous. There's like no place for it in any type of, realm of understanding any world that we'd ever live in. Gosh, TJ. Mm, 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 mm. Vic. We love Vic around here. Castle says Duchess Mom and CB are friends. That's why they went on her channel. I also heard that like one of the cousins, was it a cousin or an aunt? Katie's aunt? What was her name? She was on there. She was commenting that night. Oh gosh, what was her name? Either way, yeah, that's why Dutch kind of went off, Dutchy, yeah, she was even to her detriment, because I think her heart was in the right place, I think, but it just got out of hand, and then she was covering for stuff that they were doing, which was kind of ridiculous, even trying to lie for them and stuff like that. Like, I can't get down with that. I can't get down with that. No, I won't do that, TJ. I won't do that. No, right when I saw what you were writing, I decided to just leave it down there. Yeah, you have to, oh no, Vic. Sharon, just since I heard she said, you seen the boy to the teacher. What? Seen a boy? Says he's less. Oh, goodness. Oh, okay. That's another thing. I'm surprised the teachers have been so quiet. Yeah, I'm surprised the teachers have been so quiet. They weren't at first. They came out, it was like day 5, I believe. So, and Machete says, I wouldn't advise anyone to show up at my house on my property, near my property. We don't take kindly around here, and we will definitely see you on camera and creeping around. Yeah, same, Machete. And then also, when you own firearms, you know that you can protect yourself. It's a good feeling. Even people that don't like firearms particularly, I always tell them get themselves one of them projectiles, so that way that you don't have to, it's not gonna unalive anybody, but they will be disabled, and then you can, get away from them, call the, authorities and everything. It's smart. It's very smart. Sharon says, in my opinion, leaves front door, goes upside the side of the house, scent dogs some trail as the lights video you see. Yeah, I believe in the lights video, guys. I believe in the photo I put out. I really do. I really do. I believe the one that Hindsight put out, the other one where it looks like someone's being carried over the shoulder, that one was really something. Really, really something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And crafting with the Sassy Chicks 101. Another thing, he doesn't like to eat red meat. He doesn't like steak. Why would they bring him there? And then Katie just orders French fries. It just drives me nuts. I mean, maybe it shouldn't, but hey, Tina girl, good to see you. Maybe it shouldn't, but it sure does. Why bring the kid someplace he doesn't want to eat? Aw, thanks, Tina. Why would you do that and then force him to, and then get him in trouble and take pictures of how much he ate or whatever they were taking the pictures for? It's ridiculous. Talk about walking on eggshells. That's enough to make you sick every day. I couldn't handle that, and I'm over the age of 40. But for kids to have to handle that, for a young man who has autism to have to handle that, oh my gosh. You got to joke around sometime, TJ. That's the thing. You got it. We can't keep it so serious. But in the same way, some of the stuff is just heartbreaking. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. I'll look out for it. I'll look out for it. TJ. I'm telling you, those projectile things work great. You don't hurt, you might hurt somebody, but you're not gonna kill them. And CP's ex-wives won't talk anymore, but yeah, sure did all speak to TBI. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'd never heard that before. I just know those women are, in horrible shape from what he did. I know that for a fact. Allegedly, in my opinion, of course. Tina Girl says Mama Socks is one I want to be around. Not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, Mama Socks is no one I would want to be around. Same. Same. She is, we were talking about the flying monkey, right? Definite flying monkey. And for any of us who have had to deal with a toxic mother-in-law, that's how they are. They're like, they have no shame. They are who they are, and they're the matriarch of the family, so you better like it or not. And unfortunately, that's what we see with this Mama Socks. Yeah, I think so too. It's actually, things have kind of died down in the last little bit, and I was happy about it until I realized that it might be the calm before the storm. Sometimes the calm moments make me more anxiety ridden than the chaotic moments, because the chaotic moments, that's the storm going on, right? But then the quiet beforehand, and I think that's probably just part of my trauma too. I think it's kind of more nerve wracking, because it's like, okay, when's the chaos going to begin again? And in this case, we don't get a whole lot of calms. But when we do, the storm comes on even heavier. So, Miss BS for star. Detroit Rock City says she looked around for 1 minute flat, then it was 3 minutes. Exactly. How are we going to find a child in 1 minute or 3 minutes, especially in that big of a house? I mean, like, if they only lived in like a 2-bedroom house and it was a little bitty house, I could see that. I'd be like, oh yeah. She totally looked in all the closets real quick, and everything like that. Or say they were in their RV and he went missing from the RV, or fifth wheel, excuse me. And then she said she looked around for 1 minute or 3 minutes flat. Like, yeah, sure, I could see that, because it's a small area. They had a nice big they have a nice big house. There's 2 bathrooms, right? They got the upstairs, which is, the bonus room. So, I mean, it's not like a great big upstairs or anything. It's just the bonus room, but still. Hey, Grandma of Many, good to see you. Oh, absolutely, TJ. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody, Sammy, anybody who doesn't, want their property searched, anybody who doesn't want to give up information has something to hide. That's why I don't trust that PI at all. I don't trust him at all, because he obviously isn't telling the truth. Star says the biggest argument for refusing to let LE search property in another case I was following was my rights, unquote unquote, my rights. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, when your kid's missing, you don't allow somebody to search for them. That's what's weird. That's always been weird to me. Another thing is too, is when they say they wanted to put flyers out and they're like, oh, we'll handle our area, but you guys can handle the other areas. That really bothered me too, because I was like, why don't you want them going in your area? Um, Sharon, you have CP Fred, KP Wilma, Flintstones, and FS Barney Rebel. Oh my goodness. You're welcome, Vic. You're welcome. Thank you guys. Good night, Elizabeth. Thanks for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to talk about a lot of this stuff tomorrow. I do want to get into those camera jammers. I'm just still trying to compile everything together, because I want to make it a good presentation for you guys and kind of, discuss it, because I really believe they were used. I at this point, I don't think anybody convinced me that they weren't used. And I was very up in the air about it, and I did the research a long time ago, but it was because I didn't want to, accuse anybody, but in the same way, I really believe that now. It's solidified for me somehow. Um, mhm. I agree with that, TJ. I agree with that. They just don't want it. Hey, Psychic Amelia. Good to see you. I love the name Amelia. I think it's beautiful. Oh, Yada. Oh. Lizzie, I hope you're doing well, sweetheart. I hope you're doing well. Oh, that's good. Good news. Good. Well, you got friends here, so the teachers probably did get threatened. I wouldn't doubt it for 1 second. I wouldn't doubt it for 1 second. They're coming out saying good things about Sebastian the whole time. His parents, well, not Seth, but his mom and stepdad are coming out saying all kinds of wretched stuff about him. Anybody that's tried to come out and tell the truth has gotten totally attacked, and it's like, and they don't even have good reasons for it. A lot of times they say like the most off the wall crazy things, like, oh, you're this person and you're the same person as this person. It's like, no, what you know um oh, well, that's all right. You know what I've kind of learned on these streets, Amelia, is that people are going to believe you and they're not going to believe you, and some are going to, some aren't. But at the end of the day, as long as you're doing the right thing and you just keep your focus where it's supposed to be, that's all you can really do. And you just got to let those other people think what they will. um Unfortunately, it's a waste of time to try to convince them. um so Yeah, but they only have that one option, TJ. That's what really gets me about that, is that they take him to a place where he only gets like a certain amount of options on the menu that he would want or like. And that just really bothers me. It's like, why do they do that to him? It's setting him up for failure. Hey, Melly Cat, good to see you. Yeah, I'm glad you caught some of it too. I'm about at the end here. I just want to make sure I got everybody's comments. Um, you know. Uh, Gosh. Well, I'm going to be praying for peace, and I'm going to be praying for the truth and justice. And I think that's one thing that we can really focus on and feel good about, because some of this other crap isn't even worth it. Yes, I'm still live on Name True Channel or True Crime Channel. Almost over though. Um, oh, little Chihuahua, that's so cute. I love the TJ. You fell asleep? Oh no. Aw. Well, I'm glad you woke up again to me. Did I put you to sleep? Was I being boring? Unnamed True Crime Channel? Oh my goodness. Oh, and I reached out to Jason Jensen, and I thanked him for being here last night. That was really nice to have him in. So I'm so glad that you were able to get that set up with him. He seems like a really smart guy, and I follow him on Facebook. Um, and that's where I sent him a message today just thanking him for showing up last night, because I thought that was pretty cool. I know, Machete. I gotta write that down. The ladybird. You're so funny. Ladybird Beetlebug party. All right, we're gonna have one of those tomorrow, so at some point. I tried to sing a happy birthday. It did not come out good. Um, but hopefully. Okay, good. Unnamed True Crime Channel. I was just gonna blame it on Brooks and be like, well, we were listening to her live. I'm just kidding. She was cracking me up. Actually, she really made me laugh. In a time where I normally would probably be really mad. So I really am grateful to her for that, because when she said what did she say? No, no, ask Chris. And then what else did she say that made me laugh? Oh, One of his good old shit fits he throws. Oh my God. I was dying earlier when I heard that because I had listened to her before when it first came out. And like I said, I downloaded it, listened to it. Well, there you go. Unnamed True Crime Channel. Tell him to come back over. I would love to pick his brain about certain aspects of this case, especially. But you know, with Crystal's case too, you know, it would be something that would be very interesting to pick his brain about it. And of course, I love watching the installments that you guys have been putting out about Crystal. I really appreciate it. I think we're really gaining some traction. Wouldn't you say? I think so. Especially having Jason Jensen on. I was so surprised. I was so surprised. Ladybugs are awesome. I love ladybugs. They're so cute. He has no opinion on Sebastian other than he's missing and no one knows why. Oh, dang. So you already asked him, huh? I would have asked him that too, though. If, you know, I had to offload my Facebook app to save some of the content for tonight, so I have to do a little bit of a magic trick whenever I do that. But TJ, I listen to the voices in my head. I just don't answer them back. I'm just kidding. But well, we could have a beagle party because I have a little beagle here, but he's sleeping. Good night, Lizzie. Thanks for stopping in. But yeah, I mean, I know that case has got to be really hard. I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't even want to touch the Sebastian Rogers case, and that's what I really hate about it, about all the hatred and stuff like that too, is that I feel like it just takes away from more people helping him, you know, because a lot of people just don't even want to deal with it because of everything happening. But oh, good. Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that. Well, that's what we need. We need more awareness. We need people to know about her case. You know, it's been 2 years, and she's finally getting the attention that she so well deserves for it. You know. Oh, good. Good. That's amazing. I love hearing that. I love hearing that. I'll pop that one up. That's amazing. That's amazing, amazing. You know, I have a couple working theories that I shared one of them. It's just such a small town. It's so hard to find out information. But if we could have somebody else, I think that's fantastic. I was super excited to hear that, and I was just excited to have him in here listening, and you know, every single bit of anybody who gives her case attention, and the same thing goes for Sebastian, the better, in my opinion, because you know, 2 heads are better than 1, 3 heads are better than 2, kind of a thing, you know, and so on. But well, I actually added Nancy and Vinny to the videos that I posted. I'm not sure. I should have added them to the live. I didn't do that, but I did tag them. I tagged Vinny and Nancy when I made the video where I showed the exit and entrance wounds on Crystal's in Crystal's photos. And I was really surprised that, well, especially because Nancy and Ellen Greenberg's case, because that's the first thing I thought of, was the first person that I thought of was Ellen Greenberg when I started looking into Crystal's case file. So, oh, that's fun. That's funny. Unnamed True Crime Channel. She says she texts Vinny about it every day. That's funny. Yeah, and I mean, you know, it would be nice for one of the bigger news outlets to pick it up. I know that like us YouTubers doing it it's important. It's important to spread awareness like on the any platform that we can. I know that Jana has spread so much awareness on Facebook too. But it would be great to have some more, some bigger people out there. Oh no, don't tease Lizzie. Don't tease Lizzie. Krista McCrory Jones. Yep. Oak Grove. Did I post? Let me see if I got that other one up here. There we go. Actually, that one doesn't have her picture on it. There she is. So, and I think, let me see if I have that thumbnail that I uploaded. And this is her douchebag ex-husband, Tony. And there we go. There we go. There's a good one. Hey, Sylvester. Good to see you. Oh, don't be upset, Lizzie. TJ's just a jokester. TJ's a jokester. Like I am. Sometimes people just take us the wrong way, TJ. I'll tell you what. We're just trying to be silly. We're just the silly ones. Because you can't be serious all the time. You just can't be. That's kind of why I do things like this thumbnail here, or the overlay. You got Katie, you got Stepfoot, and then you got John Rambo. He's a real man. Stepfoot's not. Stepfoot likes to play the man card, but he doesn't remember like all of the good virtues that the man card is supposed to have, like a real man card, right? Like, all the beautiful verses we have on there. And then we have the big man, our big man, Sebastian. So there's that. But that's my way of being silly and, keeping things light, even though it's difficult. But good, Unnamed True Crime Channel. I am so glad that you have enlisted the help of, and I guess I could probably text I could text Vinny on Facebook. I gave him hell when I couldn't find Sebastian's interview anymore. I'm like, really? Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me, Vinny? That's what I told him. He just laughed. It would be nice. It would be nice, though. Vic. Oh, okay, Lizzie, my email is ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. And it's just my channel name without the apostrophe at gmail.com. But yeah, email me anytime. Email me anytime. Oh, no, we just know you're a jokester. TJ, we know you. We know you. Well, a lot of us do anyway. Lizzie's kind of new to it, but yeah, don't take anything TJ says seriously. She's silly. Sylvester says she's gone now, but I'm supposed to be, supposed to mean psychic ability. I've been watching, guys. I thought you were closing down a while ago. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Sylvester. Aw, thank you. That's so sweet of you. No, we're closing it down now. I was just talking my head off because I enjoy you guys. I really do. I enjoy talking with you guys, and just, shooting the shit with you about the true crime stuff. Oh, well, no bullying here, Lizzie. You got a safe space. I'm sorry. I hate to hear that. Nobody ever wants that. And if somebody's doing that to you, stand up to them and then just block them and don't ever let them do that to you again. Never, ever again. And don't ever let them know that you cried about it. You know what I mean? Because that's what they want. Some people are just sick like that. I did not cover Hayden, Unnamed True Crime Channel, but I do get notifications from Facebook. I don't know if you were, well, I'll email you. I'll email you. Because otherwise we could really be, oh, good, Lizzie. See, that's wonderful. Yeah. But always stick up for yourself. Seriously. Tell them to F off. Like, it's not gonna, unalive them or anything like that. Just tell them to F off. Don't let them hurt your feelings because you're too good a person for that. You know what I mean? Block. Yeah, Vic says block. Yes. Yes. Birds of a feather all flock together. Sylvester. Aw. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, and Lizzie, if you come over here, it'll be a safe place. I mean, I've had to get rid of some people tonight that were trying to bully me, and I just said, block, see you later. No, we're not doing that today. Sometimes people don't know when to stop, unfortunately, and but I hate that for you because I know you're a good person. Oh no, TJ, no, she won't block you. No, no, no. Oh man, what have I started? No, 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 no. I hate that for Lizzie. When Lizzie first came in, she was telling us that she was having those kinds of problems, and we don't want that. We don't want that over here. We're not going to put up with that. Um, Machete will pull out her machete and she will put a stop. She'll put an end to it. She'll put an end to it. Um, but no, always keep your head up. Always keep your chin held high. No matter what anybody says, because a lot of times people try to make you believe stuff that they're doing. It's called projection. Um, it's like one of the oldest. Hey Jenny, it's one of the oldest tricks in the book, as my dad would say. He liked to say stuff like that. Oldest trick in the book. Um, you know. Yeah, that is great news. That is great news. I was wondering, like, I didn't want to ask, like, I don't want to put Jason on the spot last night and be like, well, what are you going to do? But I figured he would do something good. So, um, yes, exactly, TJ. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Oh no. Unnamed true crime channel. Oh my goodness. You're hilarious. I hope that you get diarrhea later. Oh no. That's funny. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I will email you unnamed true crime channel. I'll email you later. But I will cover like any case that you guys want me to if you just let me know. Sometimes it's hard, especially when you get I blame it on Tourette's. Mhm. The F word is my word. I love that word, TJ says. Um, but yeah, but I will. It's just like lately it's been so crazy, but I think things are starting to kind of subside a little bit because I do need to put my other video on Crystal out, and then also there's just still some more in her case that I want to keep kind of presenting to you all so you can kind of see like a good timeline of events and that sort of thing. Just moving forward, trying to kind of paint the picture, right? But that is great news. I feel like we have gone from, you know, 40% awareness because Jana did such a wonderful job, but I think like now we're probably at like 85% awareness. So we need to do 100. If we could get Nancy or Vinny to pick it up, oh man, um, that would be a dream come true. So, oh, good. Unnamed True Crime Channel. That's fantastic. That's great. Oh, Lizzie, I'm sorry to hear that. Ugh. Yeah, definitely tell him to F off. Definitely. Be like, you could F straight off. Sylvester says, do you know the Avon lady walks funny? The Avon lady? You're still on deck now, star. Yes, but I'm getting off. I'm getting off here. We were just making sure Lizzie was okay. We wanted to make sure she's okay because we love her. We don't want her feeling bad. Um, Yeah, don't chase them. Especially, yeah, you know the best thing you can do to an ex is go get you a box of hair dye. No, I'm just teasing. Here I go telling bad advice. Um, but no, the best thing you can do is make sure that he knows that you're doing just fine and you're looking good and you're moving on, you know what I mean? Um, yeah, don't ever let him make you feel like you're not um someone that he should have held on to. What's unnamed true crime channel. Now you were calling Vapor a brat yesterday, and you're over there praying people get diarrhea. Goodness sakes. Oh my goodness, you guys are the best bunch of guys I know. For sure. Vic, I'm like, get you a hair dye, get you some nails. You see how I deal with things. Oh my goodness. Sylvester, my friend from Oregon, told me that joke a while ago. You guys are funny. He is a little bratty. I was glad that he was in here last night though, because he was helping me figure things out. Because I'm not good with guns, like, right? I'm just like not just even the terminology, I'm off on that kind of stuff. So it was a very welcome, um, you know. Yes, yes, I know you guys are. I know you guys. I knew that you weren't like saying it in a bad way or anything. Um, no, not at all. I knew that you were joking because I was like, "Oh, hey, honey," and you were like, "Oh, he's a brat." So, aw, aw, but um, just don't let the cat eat you. Detroit Rock City. Oh my goodness. Oh no, Vic. Oh my gosh. That's the worst. Like, why after 4 months? I'm so bad. Like, I will be like, don't talk to me. We're not talking anymore. Don't talk to me. It's like, if I wasn't good enough for you 4 months ago, we're definitely not. I'm not good enough after I got over you. That's for sure. Or whatever the case may be. Um, oh my goodness. Ah, exactly. That's true. That's true. Unnamed True Crime Channel. Um, TJ. Oh man, that is funny because that's how it works, isn't it? It's like, oh well, did your girlfriend break up with you? Now you want me back? What in the world? Oh my god, you guys. Alrighty, well I better get off here. I'm gonna work on some things for tomorrow night's show, and hopefully we'll get some more information on the remains that were found today. I'm praying for that family too, guys. Make sure we keep those people in our prayers, even though we don't know who they are. Just hoping that if justice needs to be served, then it will be. If it's somebody that, lost their life under other circumstances, just pray for the family. Because, I mean, of course, we all know it's part of life, but it's not an easy part. And it's nothing we ever want to deal with. So, oh no. The man said his tummy hurts. Oh no, a named True Crime Channel. Oh no. Oh, that's hilarious. That's funny. Oh no. Yeah, you just can't. I don't know. I just never go back to that after. If it's over, it's over. So 4 months is a lot. Is a lot. I don't know. It's not that long of a time, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, but it's long enough to get over it and then not want to deal with it again. So, well, I love all you guys so much. Thank you all so much for being here, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you. I'll see you guys. Be safe out there. And TJ, I'll be praying.